Good morning, and from Bayside Bowl in Portland, Maine. This is the PBA League presented by Pabst Blue Ribbon. Carter Division qualifying. Good morning, everyone. I am $2 Phil Brilo. We had exciting qualifying yesterday. Who would have known when it came down to a spare attempt that was missed by Ryan Simonelli that could have cost the PBR Milwaukee Pounders the shortest path to the title. They got their way through the championship match still against the Portland Lumberjacks, and Portland, big strikes by Wes Malott in the 10th frame, Kyle Troop before that in the 9th. And next thing you know, Portland, the Lumberjacks, they're going to be going for their third Elias Cup title consecutive coming up on Sunday. 5 teams from the Carter Division coming in today. One of those teams being last year's runner-up, the Las Vegas High Rollers. We'll see all the teams during Game 1 this morning, and you'll also have your chances to watch your favorite team all the way through on one of the 5 alternate feeds here on PBA YouTube. Let's get to the lanes as we have one team that's going to get a little bit extra practice here. The lanes didn't turn on with the rest of them, so we're about a minute and a half out here as we'll get to the Chicago Hitmen finishing their practice. Yeah, unbelievable excitement here at Bayside Bowl last night. Every match down to the 10th frame. And I failed to mention Chris Prather's 9th frame strike being the setup for Wes Malott in the 10th in that stepladder final to get Portland into Sunday's Elias Cup finals. Best of 5 you'll see on Sunday between the Lumberjacks and the winner of tonight's FS1 stepladder. Once again, 8 p.m. Eastern time on Fox Sports 1 for your Carter Division stepladder. Once again, the last few seconds of practice taking place here. Teams are bowling 6 games, 5-man team qualifying, just like you would in your league, but with a little bit more on the line today, as how they finish in qualifying 1 through 5 is how these teams will be seeded into tonight's FS1 stepladder. Also, a couple individual events having their participants determined by this 6 games of qualifying. For the PBA Strike Derby, which you'll see on Saturday, July 16th at 1 p.m. on Fox Sports 1, the top 6 players with the most strikes during the 6 games of qualifying here today will represent the Carter Division. On the Strike Derby show, we have our Anthony Division participants determined from yesterday's 6 games of qualifying. And those 6 qualifiers are Packy Hanrahan, Mitch Hupe, Wes Malott, Martin Larson, Darren Tang, and Kyle Troop. There was a 5-way tie for the last 3 spots into the Strike Derby for the Anthony Division. And that tie was broken by 6-game individual block score. So Kyle Troop snuck in by 8 pins over Jacob Buttruff and by 35 pins over Chris Barnes, who also had 38 strikes. Now, if you think about it, maximum number of strikes yesterday would have been 72. Of course, no one shot an 1,800 perfect block. But, you know, just over a 50% strike rate is, wow, Norm Duke misses a 10 pin in the opening frame. But just above a 50% strike rate. Had a player qualify into the Strike Derby, so this isn't prior year's Roth pattern. It's still 42 feet, but definitely playing much tougher. And with this part of Bayside Bowl being a bit older, a little more wear on the lane surface, as the day went on, it definitely became quite the grind for the players as they move pair to pair, and it was still even a grind from shot to shot. You see the players bowling on the blue oil all week long. Nice to see that here on the live stream. And, yeah, it looks pristine right now. When we get to Game 6, you'll see a couple of grooves cut into that pattern in the front as these aggressive bowling balls these players use on the PBA Tour will really do some damage on the pattern as the players try to do damage on the pins. Don't forget, we have our main feed here. You can also, if you want to follow, let's say, the Dallas Strikers all day, you can go from pair to pair and watch your favorite players with the ambient sound of Bayside Bowl. But the way a lot of PBA fans are watching our live streams recently, double tab it. Keep one tab open on this main feed because we'll be talking to managers as you come through. We'll get some players that may have bowled yesterday and might be in the building. We'll try to get them to come in the booth and say what they experienced yesterday. And then if you want to follow that second team, every pair has that schedule listed for their individual YouTube stream, and you can bounce back and forth between those pairs in your second tab. So thanks for joining us on a Thursday morning, an early Thursday morning if you're out on the West Coast. Thanks for joining us for breakfast bowling. And let's give you a rundown of all the teams in play. There you see Tommy Jones throwing the strike for the Dallas Strikers. Player manager Norm Duke, your leadoff player today. As Norm bounced back from the first frame open with a strike. Duke, O'Neill, Jones, the core of that team since 2015. Here at Bayside. Matt Ogle was with the Chicago Hitmen back in 2020 and a rookie on this team drafted by Norm Duke, Santu Tahavanainen. We'll see what Santu can do as the day progresses. Shake off the first time in Bayside jitters that he may have. Over to 13 and 14. The guaranteed rate Chicago Hitmen. Here you see Jake Peters, his second time on this team. First time was back in 19 as an injury replacement for his teammate Sean Maldonado. Don Barrett has been part of this team since 2015, along with Tom Smallwood, the aforementioned Sean Maldonado, and Nick Pate. Pate coming over from Dallas after he was not retained after the 2020 season. Quality pickup. By team manager Jason Couch. Dom just tickles it down. Let's get over to 15 and 16. As we have the Snickers Waco Wonder, team with the relocation from Brooklyn, formerly known as the Styles. And the stalwart of this team has been Walter Ray Williams Jr. since the team's inception. There you see Parker Bowen making his way back on this team as he was part of it from 2015 to 2018. He's talking things over at the ball return with Jason Sterner. Sterner's second time through with the Wonder, after being part of the Hitman franchise in 2020. And BJ Moore, great performance last year by Moore. He was retained by team manager Johnny Petraglia, along with Walter Ray and Thomas Larson, who you'll see stepping up on lane 16 momentarily. Larson did all you could do last year, all you could ask for in a teammate. His 4 shots he had on TV struck on all 4. Maybe a tough record for Larson to continue with, but his first time in that PBA League situation. No jitters were evident anytime he took the approach on TV. The timeless stylings of WRW Junior. I guess it would be WRWJR if we just kept taking the letters out. Walter Ray, a fan favorite, no matter where he goes in this nation, or in any nation. He's had multiple trips overseas during his long PBA career, and one of the best accolades you can have in the sport is to have an award named after you. And you know, it's not just the things that Walter Ray has done on the national tour or the PBA 50 tour, but what he's done at the regional level as well. And it was great to see that the Regional Players Invitational Winners Trophy is named the Walter Ray Williams Jr. Trophy. And with the number of times that man has won, if there's an event to bowl, and it's a PBA event, PBA 50 event, PBA 50 regional, you will see Walter Ray if it's within driving distance of home. And I know his wife Fancy is watching. Fancy, thanks for all the support over the years of the PBA live streaming efforts, and hope to see you out here sometime in the near future. Hope all is well back at the homestead in Florida. Let's get over to 17-18. We'll let Flash throw this ball before we make the move. Well, he's found a way to knock all 10 down in that Roth pattern in that shot. Here we are with the Silver Lake Atom Splitters. Mark Baker, your team manager. And here's a man who's had a couple of runs on the Atom Splitters with DJ Archer on the left lane. Archer redrafted to the team after Baker held on to Tom Doherty, Jesper Svensson, and Chris Vai. And Brandon Novak rounding out this fivesome. Of course, Vi, the only PBA Tour player in the 60-plus year history to throw 2 perfect games in the same season on TV. And after a solid 2021 for Vi, most players would say it's a solid year, but knowing what Chris Vi's done in the past, his 24th place standings in the points currently is not what he was looking for. He was looking for another repeat into the PBA playoffs. But the TV appearances just didn't happen this season for Vi, as his best finish in a televised event was a 7th place finish in the PBA Scorpion Championship during the World Series of Bowling in Milwaukee. Best finish overall to this point was a 6th place finish, just missing the live stream at the Dave Smalls Kokomo Open. Novak standing 30th in season points. And that was with missing a couple early events. Novak's best finish so far in 2022 was a 15th place finish in the Dave Smalls Best of the Best Championship in Jackson, Michigan, back in February. DJ Archer has been on 3 different PBA League teams during his run. Started with the Kingpins in 15, with Silver Lake in 16, 17, got on the Portland in 18, and then back to Silver Lake since the 2019 season. And here's the team. It's probably got a little extra drive coming into today, especially after last year's Elias Cup runner-up finish. And that is the Las Vegas High Rollers. As Lavoie, Andrew Anderson, and A.J. Johnson, retained by manager Amleto Monticelli. Ildemar Ruiz back with Las Vegas after being redrafted. And coming on board replacing Richie Teese is Matt Russo. Amleto knew a lot of teams figured having that lefty is important here at Bayside Bowl, and Russo fitting that bill, our reigning PBA Rookie of the Year. Ildemar Ruiz had a heck of a 2020 PBA League run. He had 22 first ball attempts during the TV telecast, struck on 16 of them. A.J. Johnson also struck at that similar rate on TV, and that's what got the High Rollers into that Elias Cup final, but Portland too tough in the end as the Lumberjacks took home their 2nd consecutive Elias Cup. There you see Anderson. Anderson's had 30 attempts to fill frames on TV with his stint with Dallas in 19 and the High Rollers in 2020. 30 frames bowled, 30 frames filled by Andrew Anderson. He's the only player in the PBA League with more than 20 frames bowled on TV that has a 100% fill percentage. And coming on board with us, deep in thought. Sorry to interrupt you, but you're the player manager for the Dallas Stars.
You're definitely interrupting me, Phil Brylo.
It's Norm Duke coming on, and Norm, interesting lineup choice. We saw yesterday that it came down to the anchor bowler to determine who made the top spot for the stepladder last night. You've put Matt Ogle in that anchor spot. What was the decision behind that?
Yeah, we got the right call there. Matt can get left of everybody, so the later frames, he doesn't have to bowl through the chop, which Bill and Tommy and I would have to. Chop meaning the traction that they create left of us.
Yeah.
So it's just a taller order for us in the 10th than it is for Matt. I'm the straightest of the group, so I'm going to go first so that I have a little bit of help for them and that they don't hurt me so bad. Although, as it is right now in the 6th frame, I'm struggling. So, yeah, we got the right lineup. We just got to get the right bowl.
I'll tell you what, Santu, no rookie jitters for him right now, front 5.
Yeah, I like that. I hope he gets a 300 because he's going to have to make up for me this first game. But look, I'm out of here.
Yep.
I got to go. I'm up.
Appreciate the moment. Thanks, Norm. Norm Duke, and like you said, we always like to talk to the managers of these teams as they pass through. But Norm, hey, we got to make an exception for you, for a player manager this season. For the Dallas Strikers. And I had a chance to talk with Norm last night, and there was some, you get to these stops, a little chatter starts floating around. And when I asked Norm after he had dinner here at the bar at Bayside, and I go, so little birdie's telling me this may be the last time we see you throw a bowling ball on the PBA Tour. And he goes, well, Phil, he goes, you're right. This is it. Win or lose. I'm not planning on throwing a bowling ball again, Norm said. And I can't fault him one bit. And if you would have seen the smile that went across his face when he said that, you knew he wasn't kidding around with you, and you knew how happy he was to be done with that part of his career. He said it at the USBC Masters. He was done with competitive bowling and with finishing off here in the PBA League, presented by Pabst Blue Ribbon. It's going to be the last time you get a chance to see Norm Duke throw a bowling ball. It might just end today. Dallas Strikers get through the stepladder tonight. It might be on Sunday, but you might want to tell your friends, family, anybody who loves the sport of bowling, if they want to watch one of the greatest of all time make his last run on the lanes, that day is probably today. And I'll tell you what, got to talk to Pete Weber as he came off the lanes after the TV show last night, and Pete said, that's it, Phil, I'm done. No more tour, no more league. The only thing I'm going to bowl is PBA 50 stops. And so you've probably seen Pete Weber for the last time on TV as well, barring any special events that may happen. I'm kind of hoping that they bring Pete back as a man. Can you imagine having Pete Weber for your manager on your PBA League team? How fired up he can get you. And Pete knows the game. He knows the sport. He'll get in there and he can tell you what he sees, what's going on in the lanes. Because he's done it for so long, just like Norm has. And so, what a way to have a couple of PBA careers end here at Bayside this week. Pete Weber, only going to be PBA 50 from now on. No more league, no more special events. We've probably seen Pete's last bowling balls on TV, and this I 100% know for sure. It's going to be the last time you see Norm Duke ever throwing a bowling ball. The smile he had on his face when he said that, you could just, it was relief. It was cathartic. And it's just something that you just know they're happy with their decision. And, damn right Norm's going to want to go out on top. He's going to want to get these Dallas Strikers through this qualifying in the #1 spot. He's going to want to get in that TV show tonight, lead them to the Carter Division Championship, and get in that show on Sunday. And boy, what a way. You thought it would have been a storybook ending with the way it could have happened at the USBC Masters for Norm. How about sharing that storybook moment with 4 other teammates? And I don't root against anybody out here on tour, but I'll tell you who I'm rooting for right now, and that's Norm Duke, and he's going to be dragging 4 Dallas Strikers along with him, trying to get one last Elias Cup under the belt before Norm wraps it up for good. We saw it early yesterday that the strikes were a little more plentiful before this Mark Roth pattern got pretty chopped up. Meat Shoulder, also known as Mitch Hupake, opened up yesterday's competition with a perfect game. That brick already embedded into the Bayside Bowl wall. And we've got a couple of players on some pretty solid strings early. You've got right here on 11 and 12, Santu Tahavanainen. Looking to go for 279. Looks like we've got a 290 possible on the Silver Lake Adams splitters. And I need to confirm he's way down in 1920, but I believe it's A.J. Johnson sitting on the front 7 on 19 and 20. When those respective players are up, we'll switch down to those pairs, confirm that it is not A.J. Johnson on the front 7, but maybe Frankie Lavoie. Unfortunately, we're stuck with the ABCDE lettering system today. It sometimes makes the scores a little hard to follow. As Ogle looking to put up a 279 as well for the Dallas Strikers. And that will be Frankie Lavoie. Stepping up on the front 7. So, wow, that's a little unusual for O'Neill. That 8 rattle didn't go down. Over to 19 and 20. Anderson, the leadoff spot, gets the high shot to trip the 9 out. Looking for 279 there as well out of the leadoff player. Let's see what Lavoie can do here in the 8th frame. Eight for 8 for Francois. Let's see what the rookie for the Strikers, Santu Tahavanainen, can do here to try to shoot 279. Foundation frame, 10 back, no doubter. And it's going to be Tom Doherty. Working on 290. The Adams splitters, we'll get over to Tom's 7th frame shot momentarily. Jones fires. Jones gets 10. And Doherty can't get the 4 to go. Let's get back over to 11 and 12 momentarily as Norm Duke in the leadoff spot. Rough start for Norm. As he can get to 169 for his opening effort, but once again, 5-player teams, plenty of support right now. As both Tahavanainen and Ogle looking to post 279 games. Duke defers to Ogle for his foundation frame. And Ogle, boy, that long, lean body, the gradual acceleration of the foul line, and boy, when he gets there, the ease of effort on his two-handed style just makes the pins shudder on the way off the pin deck. That's a man that wants one more Elias Cup as a player so bad. He'll definitely be staying on as manager of the Dallas Strikers. That's a no-doubter. Don't mistake Norm Duke's not wanting to throw a ball himself anymore for not having a love and passion for this sport, because that will go with Norm all the way in the grave, his love and passion for the sport as a whole. But as we mentioned earlier, this is going to be Norm's last event in the PBA. As a bowler, you'll probably never see Norm throw another ball again, so make sure to let your friends and family know. Watch that FS1 show tonight, DVR'd if you're not home. and get your last chance to watch one of the best of all time pair his craft out on the lanes. Well, as we were watching Norm finish, 4-pin for the Voix. So no bricks for Bayside in game one. And O'Neill not happy with that. You see on the way back. You usually see when he's not happy with the shot, you usually see the body kind of looks like it liquefies a bit and shakes around on the way back as he's trying to shake off the poor effort. Once again, may not be the greatest start for O'Neill, looking at 186 with a spare and all you can eat on the fill ball. Ooh, almost didn't get to the fill ball. But you've got the Havanainen and Ogle going for 279. And Tommy Jones going for 248. It's got to make you feel not as bad having the sub 200 effort. You see Tommy and Bill talking over right now about, hey, now it's time to experiment. Fill ball, find something. Just because something wasn't good on this pair doesn't mean O'Neill can't turn around and fire a big game when they move over to 15 and 16 for the next game. There are no rookie jitters, at least externally, for Havanainen right now. And Santu making Norm Duke look like a great manager right now as the 9 goes late for Santu. And Norm was sharing a funny story last night about when he drafted Havanainen, about how he was trying to text it in his phone and get it to PBA Commissioner Tom Clark for the draft pick before the clock ran out. And he couldn't spell. He spelled Santu, but he wasn't getting the spelling for Havanainen. So Norm goes, so I texted Santu, never 9 again. And that's pretty true this game. Well, after the 7th frame, there was never 9 again for Santu. It was a big 279 for that young man's opening PBA League effort. And with 11 strikes, he will definitely be one of your leaders as he will try to qualify for the strike derby. Once again, the 6 top strikers. We're going to count every individual strike for each player as the day goes along. And the top 6 players in this Carter division with the most strikes will advance to the strike derby. You'll see it on Fox Sports 1 on Saturday, July 16th at 1 p.m. And looks like the Dallas Strikers are going to post a big first game. They most likely will be your game 1 qualifying leaders. And Tommy Jones trying to get his name in that strike derby as well. He can finish with 9 strikes in game 1. So we're going to have team movement. Once again, if you're double tabbing us, if you want to see the Hitmen, you stay here. You can stay on 11 and 12 on your second tab. Adams Splitters will be on 13 and 14. Dallas moves to 15 and 16. The Vegas High Rollers on 17 18. And the Snickers Waco Wonder will move to the end pair at 19 and 20. So while the Dallas Strikers finish their 10th frame, enjoy the ambient sounds and beautiful sights inside of Bayside Bowl here in Portland, Maine, and Game 2 of the 6-game Carter Division qualifying block for the PBA League presented by Pabst Blue Ribbon will roll on. ironic that I come back to game 2 just having grabbed a Snickers bar from the craft services area, and I'm covering the Snickers Waco Wonder. Wasn't planned. I am enjoying my Snickers. Bayside is enjoying the Waco Wonder, especially with Walter Ray Williams Jr. on the lanes. Walter Ray, of course, joined by B.J. Moore, Thomas Larson, Jason Sterner, Parker Bone III. The Wonder, the only PBA League team with 2 PBA 50 players on it, with WRWJR and PB3. Game 1 standings for team qualifying and strike derby. Be coming out of the tournament office shortly. Josh Blanchard and the hardest working regional wife out there, Amy Blanchard, taking care of business today. As Amy ignores me as she stands 2 feet away from me. Still hasn't turned her head yet. I keep trying to say hi to Amy Blanchard, but she won't. See, now she was trying to ignore me. Now I made her, at least I got a smile out of her. Yeah, she's been hustling with Josh, getting everything set for these league qualifiers, making sure our strike derby counts are accurate. And that's the one thing that's been a stable, steady point over the years in the PBA with their regional program, is that spouses or significant others play a huge role in the success of what our regional managers do. And boy, if you ever get a chance to go out and watch a PBA region tournament, there's a lot of good regional action coming up. There's some super regionals coming up as well that you will see the live streams of the final rounds of competition here on PBA YouTube. And if you haven't subscribed yet, make sure you mash that subscribe button, because it's not just the live streams you see on PBA YouTube. There's all kinds of highlight packages, player interviews. There's going to be a whole bunch of stuff coming up here after the PBA League presented by Pabst Blue Ribbon coming out on PBA YouTube. So make sure you hit that subscribe button so you get those notifications on when material is posted and when these upcoming super regional live streams are going to be happening. First one you'll see is the final match play round on Sunday, July 24th, the PBA Lubbock Sports Open Super Southwest Regional. And a couple of weeks later, the next Super Regional in Jonesboro, Arkansas, the great hosts there. Stacy Barr Blackston, Corinne Bell, and that great group at Hijinks in Jonesboro. Looking forward to getting there for the finals of that Super Regional. Then the following weekend, make our way on Sunday, August 14th, the stepladder finals of the PBA BowlerStore.com Classic presented by Moxie's Extra Pair. Best little center on the PBA Regional Tour, in my opinion, in Coldwater. Of course, that might be changed. I'm going to be in Bowling Green myself, Ohio, in a couple of weeks for a PBA 50 event. And that may be my... That may come with a tie for the best little regional center. And then we'll wrap things up on the Super Regional Tour on Sunday, August 21st with the stepladder finals of the PBA Booster Club of Hampton Roads Open. So, like we said, mash that subscribe button for PBA YouTube. And not only get notified when the PBA goes live, but when great content is added on a real regular basis by the PBA. Let's get your Game 1 results to you. your leaders. The first 1,200 I've seen this week for the Las Vegas High Rollers. Led by Anderson and Lavoie, both throwing 279. They put up a plus 230 total in their opening game. The guaranteed rate Chicago Hitmen in second at plus 193. Dallas Strikers third, plus 157. Silver Lake Adams Splitters in fourth at 1,058. And these Snickers Waco Wonders, a little bit of a rough start, as B.J. Moore started with 269, Parker Bone added 224, but the other three players on the team with sub-200 scores, and they end up at plus 33 for their opening game. And Strike Derby totals are a little bit higher after game one than we saw yesterday, as 4 players with 11, Andrew Anderson, Frankie Lavoie, Matt Ogle, and Santu Havanainen, all with 11. Tommy Jones, B.J. Moore, Tom Smallwood, all with 9. And then the other TV show that you'll see wrapping up 2022 Bayside Bowl TV block on FS1 will be the PBA League All-Star Clash. And that'll be coming up on Sunday, July 17th at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. And your qualifiers from the Anthony division that'll make that All-Star Clash: Darren Tang for the New York City Kingpins bowled a plus 110. Mitch Hupe for the Motown Muscle was plus 180. Plus 174 for Packy Hanrahan for the Portland Lumberjacks. LAX had Martin Larson throw a plus 118 score. And for the PBR Milwaukee Pounders, it was Ryan Simonelli at plus 86, bringing home his spot in the All-Star Clash. I thought I saw him in the crowd, and he's here. Last time I talked to you, Adam Lemrys, it was 2016 in Reno at the World Series of Bowling.
Yeah.
You do a lot of you plan your vacation every year around bowling, don't you?
Yes, I do actually. I work at a grocery store in North Carolina, so it's like every year a lot of my friends and family know what do. I get on an airplane from Asheville, North Carolina, and I come up here to Portland, Maine for the PBA League. It's my 4th time being here, and if you're watching this, and I highly recommend coming here. It's the hottest ticket in all of bowling.
Yeah, they've kind of taken you under your wing, under their wing here in Portland, haven't they? the fans really make sure that you have a good time and a good seat. Well, you don't, except you stand. Everybody's standing. Nobody's sitting during those TV shows, right?
Yeah, it's called. When I've watched the PBA Tour ever since I was a little kid living in New Hampshire, and you know, I had a dream as a kid. I always wanted to come to an event. Well, in 2015, I went to see the Tournament of Champions at Woodland Bowl in Indianapolis, Indiana, and I've been coming ever since, excluding 2020. So, you know, when I come home, it's like coming home to our friends and family.
Okay.
I wouldn't trade it for the world.
Now, I know you're a Lumberjacks fan. You grew up, as you mentioned, in New Hampshire.
Yep.
Lumberjacks are done till Sunday. They made the Elias Cup finals.
That's right.
We've got 25 guys out here bowling their hearts out in the Carter division. Who's your favorite player? Who's your favorite team out here right now? Who do you think's going to be the number one qualifier today for the Carter division?
Oh wow! It's right now it's so tight among the top. It's so tight among the top five. Right. The Chicago Hitmen have got some incredible talent. The Dallas Strikers with Norm Duke, saying it's the last time he'll ever throw a bowling ball after this. Yeah. I mean, after everything he's accomplished, I can understand. I mean, I gotta go with the Dallas Strikers. I mean, also I'll consider the Snickers Waco Wonders with Walter Williams Jr. To me, he's one of the greatest ever, and it's an honor and a privilege to watch him compete in person.
Okay, so if Dallas makes the finals on Sunday against Portland, does that sway your alliance any with Norm and the? No, not at all. Okay.
No. It's like, of course, I got to pull for Kyle Troop and the Lumberjacks. I mean, Kyle Troop, like me, is from North Carolina, so obviously I got to pull for a home state person. So
all right.
I got,
Okay, cool. Hey, thanks for taking a minute to talk to me, Adam. And hey, it's All Sports Fan 24 on Twitter if people want it, because you do a lot more than bowling.
Yeah,
I know you podcast as well.
Yeah, I do. I'm on Herb FM Sports Radio with Chris Heidel every Tuesday. I was on there this past Tuesday reporting from here, interviewing a lot of people, so I'll be on there next Tuesday to recap all the action from the PBA League here in Maine. It's as a little kid, little Adam, is reliving is living out a dream, and it's just incredible. I never thought I'd get this opportunity, and here I am all these years later, and
yeah. All right. Well, hey, get back to finding a good spectator spot. Thanks for the time, Adam.
Yes, sir.
Adam Lemreese, and I'll tell you what, you watch. He's not kidding. I've seen fans here from New Jersey. I've seen fans here from Pennsylvania. I've seen fans here from North Carolina. And the Bayside faithful take these fans under their wing and make sure that they have a really good time while they're here. There's a couple that came in this morning from New Jersey. They got here about 8:30 a.m. They were in the parking lot waiting because they wanted a front row spot, and they said, yeah, people from Bayside Bowl recommended where to go for breakfast, and they've been taking them around a little bit. They brought them coffee a little while ago. So the Bayside faithful, the bow powers, I'll tell you what, they take care of each other, and they take care of the fans that are coming from around the country here to Bayside Bowl. Stepping up for the Hitmen, it's Tom Smallwood. Smallwood, career on TV for PBA League. He's got a 62% strike rate. Problem is, when he leaves something on the lanes, he's had some issues during the TV shows. He's only got a 66% fill rate. Pardon me, a 66% spare rate. His overall fill frame rate, about 86%. So, and compare that to teams like our Anthony Division winners with the Portland Lumberjacks, where outside of Quintero being a rookie, And Hanrahan only having one season under his belt. Kyle Troops filled 94% of his frames. Chris Prather 91% of his frames. And your two-time MVP, Wes Malott, has filled 97% of his frames on TV, including a 60% strike rate for Wes. And, wow, you talk about momentum changer last night in that TV stepladder final. Fifth frame, Wes Malott looks like he can let the Pounders back in the match. The 3-6-7-10. Wes says, yeah, I got this, baby. Covers it up. And then adds that big strike, first ball of the 10th, on top of Prather's strike in the 9th. And you've got your Portland Lumberjacks, your Anthony Division representatives in that Elias Cup final. Jake Peters he is looking for some Bayside redemption, let's be honest. I mean, the situation he got thrown into in 2019, late replacement when Sean Maldonado went down with an injury. Jake got here basically hours before the TV show. Scrambled to get a jersey, scrambled to get equipment. And unfortunately for Jake at that time, went 0 on TV. It's going to be a chance to see Jake get on there again. And, you know, you got to be personally rooting for the guy to throw a shot every time he's on TV that knocks 10 down. Peters, of course, the reigning Steve Nagy Sportsmanship Award winner for 2021. And you know, they call it the Nice Guy Award. It's more than the Nice Guy Award. It's supporting other players in the tough year that Jake went through last year to come out and refocus on his bowling after the passing of his wife. He gave back a lot more to the players than the players gave him in support, I'll tell you that. You just watch Jake talking to guys after the round's done and stuff. He's always got an open ear. And, yeah, well-deserved Nagy Sportsmanship Award for Peters last year. And it's always good to get a chance to talk to the managers as their players hit 11 and 12. Talking to me now, Guaranteed Rate Chicago Hitmen manager Jason Couch. And Jason, it's got to be nice to be back in the confines there at Bayside Bowl.
It is, Phil. It's a great time. You know, the fans are great here. Already a lot of action going on. Glad to be back.
Hitman game 1, nice start, 11.93. We saw brutal this Roth pattern became yesterday during the Anthony Division qualifying. Is the field as a whole trying to take a little more care of the pattern today after what you guys saw walking through while that was going on? Or
We obviously, after watching yesterday, we noticed how much the lane started to get a lot more wet dry early, and we had a team meeting about it and said, let's start further right. Let's get a little better shape, you know, and stay closer to each other. So it was definitely a good start over on 13 and 14. However, 11 and 12 has played very difficult both days. So I just told my guys to hang on here and just, you know, don't shoot yourself in the foot. Just get out of here with a decent score.
So your pickups this year, Jake Peters, he's been a member of the Hitmen before. He's looking for a little redemption after 2019, having that late injury replacement from Maldonado. And tell you what, Nick Pate was a hell of a grab for you. I didn't think he'd get down that far to you.
Either did I, Phil. To be honest with you, you know, I know that Jake's had a rough road here the last couple of years, and I have complete faith in him. That's why it was a no-brainer for me to pick him back up.
Yeah, and Pate, I mean, 1 year with Dallas, 8 shots on TV, struck 6 of them, filled the other 2. That's all you can ask for as a manager.
Yeah, nothing like having some young blood on the team pump the boys up.
So obviously your lineup here isn't going to determine your lineup for the single game in that stepladder format tonight on FS1. Why'd you choose the lineup you did for qualifying?
The only real reason the lineup is the way it is because Smallwood doesn't want to sit a long time because of how long it takes to throw each shot with a bad back. So we kind of put him in 3 spots. So he's just kind of always moving a little bit.
Okay.
I can always rely Dom late in the game, so Dom's always going to be 4 or 5. But everybody feels comfortable in any position, and I'm not afraid to throw. If Nick Tate wants to go 5th and he feels good, I'll let him go.
Yeah, I mean, a great start for you guys. Keep pounding away. And how important is that number 1 spot for tonight with single game in that stepladder?
Number 1 spot would be huge, Phil.
Good luck to you and the Hitmen the rest of the way. Thanks, Jason.
Thanks.
Jason Couch, manager of the Guaranteed Rate Chicago Hitmen. Once again, I want to thank Guaranteed Rate for their support of this PBA Tour. And also want to thank Pabst Blue Ribbon for the support of the presenting sponsor of the PBA League. So Pabst Blue Ribbon supporting this PBA League effort at Bayside Bowl. I saw a news article the other day, and I posted this question to PBA Tour Commissioner Tom Clark and to Charlie Mitchell here at Bayside Bowl, and I'll bring that up after Jake Peters throws his 8th frame effort as he's in the leadoff spot. Wrap 10. Pabst Blue Ribbon started in Milwaukee in 1844, and they now have an 1,844 pack. No, that is not a joke. 1,844 cans of Pabst Blue Ribbon. And I asked Tom Clark and Charlie Mitchell, is this going to be at the PBA League at Bayside Bowl? I said, I can see bowl pourers knocking this off within the week. And the response from Charlie Mitchell, love it. It says, week, child's play. So the gauntlet has been thrown down by Bayside Bowl PBR. They're looking for that 1,844 pack to arrive at the shipping dock here sometime soon. Let's make it happen. Let's see what Bopo can do. Well, we talked to Norm Duke when his team was on 11-12 with the Dallas Strikers. He talked about leaving Matt Ogle in the anchor spot. Guy can get left, guy can get deep. We're going to get over to the Strikers on 15 and 16 shortly. when Matt Ogle is up, as Ogle's working on the front 7 in his bid for a Bayside brick. I mentioned subscribing to the PBA YouTube before. Stu Williams standing around talking to Josh Blanchard and Martin Larson right now. If you haven't subscribed to the Beef and Barnsey podcast on Facebook and YouTube and other social media, make sure you subscribe to that as well. You talk about a couple of guys that have the full insight into the sport and can bring in some of the best names in bowling. You get that with the Beef and Barnsey podcast. They don't have a real regular schedule anymore. They had a pretty regular schedule during the pandemic. But the Beef and Barnsey podcast is always informative, always entertaining. And you get two guys that don't mince their words about what's happening in life and in the bowling world. Ogle not happy with the rack. So once again, PBA competition. It is a full team game. So each player on the team receives 2 re-racks per game without question. Players cannot share re-racks, so a player cannot take a third re-rack if their teammates only used 1. As you see Ildemar Ruiz celebrating as he comes off the lane for the Las Vegas High Rollers. And here's Ogle looking for the excellent 8th strike here in game 2. Stares it down, takes him down. And still a chance for a brick here in the Carter division here in game 2. Let's take a peek in. We saw a little celebration by our Game 1 leaders, the Las Vegas High Rollers. And they're looking at a solid effort in Game 2 as Anderson in that leadoff spot starts with the front 6 before a couple of spares. Anderson, one of the 4 players in the lead in strike derby competition after game 1 at 11 strikes. Oh, we've got a Josh Blanchard deadwood clear. That is a necessity to cover. As you see, you have to have exquisite balance and quality footwork as Josh avoids resetting the lane by mistake. That's experience personified by Josh on that deadwood clear. Returns up the opposite lane, so play can't continue. You talk about a man that plans his deadwood clears in advance. That's definitely PBA West and Northwest Regional Director Josh Blanchard. Anderson looking to keep the 260s alive. And once again, each team gets their high 6-game score. For an individual, that individual makes their way to the All-Star Clash to represent their team on Sunday, July 17th at 1 p.m. Eastern. And Lavoie bounces back off that open in the fourth, now with 4 in a row. So we'll stay with our leaders here. Las Vegas High Rollers. For the remainder of this second game, once again, if you have a favorite team you're following, double tab your browser. Keep us on here in the main feed for chats with the managers, other players as they pass through, given the chance. Latest statistics and scores. And other beautiful tidbits of information, along with the occasional Deadwood Clear. While you can keep your second browser tab open, follow your favorite team as they go from pair to pair here inside of Bayside Bowl. And Matt Ogle just got his 9th strike in a row, so we'll get back over to Ogle. For his 10th frame when he steps up for the Dallas Strikers. Another Deadwood clear by Josh Blanchard. Busy man today on those Deadwood clears. Anderson looking to finish off with a 268 game, and he's on his way, first 2 in the 10th, and he's also looking at staying inside that top 6 in strike derby qualifying. All right, 21 for 2 games. That was the 3-game cut yesterday as strikes quickly went away as the day went on for those Anthony Division players. the Carter division seems to have these lanes holding up a bit better in the second game. And there is your 268 for Andrew Anderson. That most likely will not be high game in the house here in our second game of Carter Division qualifying for the PBA League. As you see right there, Bowler E, Matt Ogle, sitting on the front nine. Anderson goes 279, 268 to open up his competition. And probably not high man in the house right now, as Ogle went 279 and now looking at possibly throwing perfection. Tommy Jones with the tickler strike. And before Jones goes, let's take a look next door. Something tells me you get those feelings that Ildemar Ruiz, who's a quality spare shooter, has a chance to take down this 3-4, 7-10. And, of course, I say that, he gets one. Ruiz last year on TV filled all but one of his 22 frames of competition. Almost 96% on the fill rate. He was 73% on his strike rate. That's the amazing part. 16 of 22 strikes under the TV lights in the pressure format of the PBA League. Great rookie effort by Ruiz, and that's why you could see why Las Vegas manager Ameleta Monticelli picked Ruiz back up again. Couldn't retain him as one of the three held players, as he did that with Lavoie, Anderson, and A.J. Johnson. And thanks to my insider tip from my buddy Phyllis, Andrew Anderson throwing some good games on his birthday today. So happy birthday, Andrew Anderson. And we're here at Bayside Bowl. Matt Ogle looking for perfection in PBA League presented by Pabst Blue Ribbon qualifying. We're in game 2 of 6 full 5-player team games as these Carter Division participants try to battle for the #1 seeding spot into tonight's Fox Sports 1 telecast, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, your start time for that show. Ogle, 11 strikes in a 279 game in game 1. Looking to lead the strike derby qualifier as well. As there is number 11 takes them down. We're counting every strike these players throw, and the top 6 players, regardless of team, will make that strike derby telecast on Saturday, July 16th at 1 p.m. Eastern Time on Fox Sports 1. And Matt Ogle looking to throw his 23rd of 24 strikes through 2 games here at Bayside Bowl. The part-time tour player with the full-time strike ball. Can't make it happen on the 12th shot, and 298 for Matt Ogle. What a great start for him and the Dallas Strikers. We've got Las Vegas finishing up their game. Lavoie looking to go large in the 10th frame as well. He'll finish things up after A.J. Johnson. And PBA League, presented by Pabst Blue Ribbon, Carter Division qualifying rolls on with our third of 6 games coming up next. You know, they always say a good journalist checks their sources, and I have to apologize. My source misinformed me about the date of Andrew Anderson's birthday. It's not today. He's bowling like it's his birthday, though. He's got a great start. 279, 268 for Anderson with the Las Vegas High Rollers. We just finished them off in game 2. Let's get to game 3. And Anderson still bowling like he just blew the candles out on the cake. It's his brother's birthday, actually, today, not Andrew's. So, but Anderson, 279, 268, and he's not even high man in the house. That honor right now goes to Matt Ogle, 279, 298. But once again, this is 5-player teams. But there are going to be qualifiers for 3 TV shows determined from this morning's action here at Bayside Bowl. First of all, obviously, and the most important to these players is the seeding for tonight's Carter Division Stepladder Finals on FS1, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, your start time for that stepladder. Winner of the Carter Division will go to Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern, face Anthony Division winners, the Portland Lumberjacks. Then the top 6 players with the most strikes. Yep, we're counting every strike for every player. And the 6 players with the most strikes at the end of this qualifying round will advance to the PBA Strike Derby. You'll see that on Saturday, July 16th at 1 p.m. on FS1. And then the high 6-game individual score off of each team advances to the All-Star Clash, and that's coming up on Sunday, July 17th at 1 p.m. on FS1. And joining me in the booth is one of the players you're going to see not just for the All-Star Clash representing the LAX, but the Strike Derby, Martin Larson. Martin, how do you get ready for the Strike Derby where you're just chucking it and trying to get as many strikes as you can in 2 minutes?
Well, to be honest, I didn't really think I'm going to be there. Like, I don't have the most powerful strike ball. It was not a game set up for me, but somehow it happened. The lanes played tricky. I think that favored me. That the amount of strikes that were thrown overall were not that many. So it was totally unexpected. So I can't say I prepared at all. I did have a cool thing though. Like we. In the beginning of the pandemic, our national team coach had a little a challenge for us. So we had a little thing going on back home that we tried to bowl as quick as we could, 4 games as quick as we could, and see who could do it as quick as possible and shoot the most.
Okay.
If I remember right, I bowled 4 games in about 13, 14 minutes, and I shot 950, 960 for the 4 games.
Oh, geez. Okay.
That's my practice.
So you're not too worried about keeping the legs under you for a couple of rounds if you get past the first round, because you're going to have to do that 3 times if you make it to the final round.
Yeah,
So.
well, it's something special for sure. Like, to be honest, I haven't even started thinking about it yet. So tomorrow we're gonna get warm and get loose, and then we'll see what it's all about. I guess we're gonna use the 2 lanes, and we're gonna have a ball each on each lane. I can't wait for the ball to come back and stuff like that. So it is what it is. It's of course something that will be really cool to win, but it's got to take it for a fun event and make the best out of it.
And then the following day, you've got the All-Star Clash. You're representing the LAX in that, and That's a paycheck for everybody out of that. Is that a little more pressure than just the regular Elias Cup competition yesterday, knowing that there's 4 other guys that are just leaning on you only?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the last time I was on the Lumberjacks team and was watching Wes go through round by round, and that was really cool and intense. So of course, you want to when you get your team a little extra money and most of all a little extra fun for that day. So I'm going to make it the best out of it. There's going to be 10 really good, 9 other really good boulders. So it's going to be a tough one, but it's going to try to enjoy it.
So once league's done, I'm assuming you just are going to head back home to Sweden. You've been over here for a couple of weeks because you were at Bowl Expo with Lane Talk as well. Yep. Let's talk a little bit about Lane Talk. It's starting to really take the world by the horns, and all the different contests they can have with Lane Talk. They just got done with the Belmo Boom. That was about $30,000 in prizes for that. When's the Lucky Larson coming up on Lane Talk? Are they going to have a competition like that for you? Or?
It's pretty soon, I'll say.
Okay, good to hear.
I'm gonna run my tournament again on the European Tour in the end of August, beginning of September. So we're going to do something before that as well. Maybe not as big as the Belmo Boom thing we run. No, it's. I believe in the product. It's of course not the same as bowling a tournament head to head, like when you're on the same side.
Yeah.
But I think we can grow the sport in using those online platforms and compete online. And on top of that, I really think that the stats things are amazing. Like we bowled for so many years, and we have so little knowledge about our actually stats. So hopefully people will start to appreciate that service that Lane Talk gives us and the chances we do to have other types of tournaments.
And one of the other neat parts about that too is that any center that Lane Talk is installed in, you can go to on their website, and if you want to see how your friends are just bowling in their league, like I have friends of mine that bowl anchor lanes in South Carolina, and I can look up anchor lanes in South Carolina on the website, go to their lane, and there I see exactly how they're bowling. So that's pretty neat that way as well. It's not just for the tournaments; it's to follow anywhere in the world.
Yeah, and we have some new stuff they're working on. The guys back home are working hard with new features, and pretty soon you're going to be able to compare your stats to some of your friends or the PBA pros and stuff like that. So there's some cool things coming for sure. So everybody should go download it and start using it. And it's totally free for now. Yeah. There might be something coming there too, where you can use a little extra with subscription and stuff. But for the moment, everything is up there, and just start trying it. It's pretty cool.
Google Play Store and the Apple Store, right? They can get the app in?
Absolutely.
And any information, like if a proprietor's watching us this morning, they go, hey, I want to get Lane Talk in my center, where do they go to get that info?
Lanetalk.com and hit centers. That's all the info. We are competitive with most of the scoring systems. There might be a need for upgrades for older versions.
Okay.
But the proprietors, Lanetalk doesn't charge anything for the proprietors either. So it's a pretty cool way to increase lineage and everything for the bowlers to have the chance to compete on the online events we're running.
Excellent. Well, hey, good luck on the Strike Derby. Good luck on the All-Star Clash. And hey, continued success with you and the team at Lane Talk.
Appreciate it, man.
Thanks,
you very much.
Martin.
Thank
that
you.
Was Martin Larson. Rough night for the LAX last night. They get bumped out of the Elias Cup competition, but Martin Larson's still alive to represent them and a couple of other fun. And I'll tell you what, they are fan favorite events, no doubt about it. You get people that might not be bowling diehards, but if they start to see a Martin Larson or a Wes Malott start trying to throw as many strikes as they can in 2 minutes, they'll stop it on that channel. No doubt about it. And once again, PBA has made great use of Lane Talk stats in the past on the TV shows. And as Martin mentioned, keep your own stats. If your bowling center is Lane Talk, you're able to keep your own stats and see how you do with your strikes, your spares, your fill percentage. Let's take a peek in. We haven't watched for a while. Past winners of the Elias Cup in 2015 and 2018 in this building, the Silver Lake Atom Splitters. Manager Mark Baker in the background, still trying to get these players adjusted. We've heard players say, and managers say 11 and 12 is kind of kind of the touchier pair out of the bunch as they move to it. And we'll try to grab Mark Baker and get a headset on him as soon as he's done with getting his players lined up, ready to rock and roll. So you can already see the scroll on the bottom of the scoreboards here in the center with your leaders. Let's give you the verbal version of that. You've got your Las Vegas High Rollers leading the Carter division at plus 375. Dallas Strikers in second, plus 291. The Guaranteed Rate Chicago Hitmen at plus 200. Silver Lake Adams Splitters, you see here, they're currently sitting in fourth at plus 137. And they're only a pin ahead of the Snickers Waco Wonder, as Waco is at plus 136. We mentioned Matt Ogle leading your strike derby competitors as he's sitting at 22 out of 24 possible strikes for the first two games. Andrew Anderson second at 21. Frankie Lavoie at 19. BJ Moore 18. Santu Tahavanainen sitting in fifth with Tommy Jones, his teammate, in sixth at 17 strikes in the strike derby. Tom Smallwood from the Hitmen just outside the top six with 16. Watching the Hitmen here, boy, this is a surprising statistic. Chris Vai on the Hitmen has 4 strikes in 2 games, and all 4 of those strikes were in game 1. Vai is having a rough day so far, 185, 154. We said he's been doing a lot of chatting with Mark Baker as he's been trying to right the ship. Jesper Svensson's leading the Adams Splitters effort so far at plus 76 for his first 2 games. Jesper closest on the Adams Splitters to strike derby top 6 at just 15 strikes. 2 outside the number at the moment. And now joining me on the mic, manager of the Silver Lake Adams Splitters, Mark Baker. And Mark, boy, the young man on the approach right now is having some struggles earlier today. What are you doing to try to get the ship righted for Chris Vai?
Well, he's just having a hard time seeing it. That was a little bit better, obviously, right there. So, you know, it just it happens to everybody that bowls. You just, at some point, it just doesn't look right, and no matter what you try, it doesn't work. So that makes it worse. And then you're bowling for your team, so you press even harder. But he'll be fine. He'll figure it out.
Yeah, you got 4 more games to get this done. And how important to you as the team manager this year is it going to be to try to get in that #1 seed for the TV show, with it being just single games of Baker competition?
It worked pretty good last night. But obviously you also saw, Tackett and Simo's team struggled for them during qualifying, and then they're a shot away from bowling for the championship. I mean, they put a run on them, so you know, it's nice to be leader. You only have to bowl one good game, but that goes so fast, only 10 shots. So no matter where we are, you know, you come back on TV, you're ready to go get them. That's all you can look at it.
Yeah. Now, a lot of PBA fans, casual fans, might not know the name Brandon Novak, and he was your draft pick, one of your 2 draft picks this year. What we see Brandon on the approach now. What kind of drew him back to your team? We know you've had DJ Archer on before. We know that DJ's been an integral part for Silver Lake in years past. What gave the nod to Novak?
I just like his competitive spirit. I mean, I see he bowls good in a lot of tournaments in the Midwest. He does really well. He's made his fair share of TV shows. When he does bowl on tour, he tends to do pretty well, and I thought he deserved a shot.
So after this pair, you get to go back to Millhouse, 15 and 16. This pair seems a little bit touchy as teams get to it.
This seems real wet, dry down lane.
Okay.
We've thrown some shots that we've liked off our hands, and they're at 45 feet. They're just jumping or not hooking, so it's obviously very wet, dry down lane.
Yeah. And then you get done with PBA League competition this year. It's back home, and you've got some good things going back on the West Coast, don't you, with your coaching?
Yeah, I've got a private 2-lane training center in Orange, California. I've been doing a lot of work in the last 6 months. That's been an unbelievable experience to have privacy and your own lanes and your own lane machine and those types of things. And then I got my camps coming up, so everything's good.
Good to hear. Well, let you get back to your guys. Thanks for taking a minute to talk to us. And as you make the run for a 3rd Elias Cup for the Adams players, good luck to you.
4th. I've already won 3 of these bad boys.
That's right. I'm sorry.
Trying to sneak in that 4th one.
All right. You're right. Thanks, Mark.
You bet, baby.
Mark Baker, manager of the Silver Lake Adams Splitters. As the team won in 2014 prior to the league coming to Bayside Bowl. Then also won in 2015 and 2018. So 2 titles under the Bayside roof. 3 overall for Silver Lake. Of course, only 4 teams have won titles and taken home Elias Cups. The New York City Kingpins, the inaugural of 2013. Then Silver Lake, 2014, 2015. Dallas, back-to-back in 16 and 17. Silver Lake grabbed it back in 18, and of course, 19 and 20. Our last 2 Elias Cup competitions have been the Portland Lumberjacks. So will we see a new team taking up the cup this year? Or will it be the established, and then you could somewhat call dominating franchise in Portland? We'll find out on Sunday. Gee, here's a surprise. Bayside's a party. The sky is blue, and Matt Ogle strikes. Wow. Ogle's got the front 4 down at 19 and 20. Only other player with a chance here in game 3 with a brick through 5 frames is Matt Russo with the front 5 for Las Vegas. So when Ogle's up, he's only 22 for 24 today. I mean, what else can you expect out of the man? Out of Louisville. As the man who owns his own landscaping business. You know the pun's coming, ladies and gentlemen. Prepare yourself for it. Is mowing down the pins here at Bayside. I warned you the pun was coming. As he's hacking and chopping his way to the top spot in the strike derby to this point. And DJ Archer with the big four. Let's get over to the strikers. Currently in second, 84 pins behind the Las Vegas High Rollers for the top spot. And you know, you've heard every manager passing through so far. Couch, Baker, and Duke all want that top spot. They saw it after last night. They saw what Portland did coming out of the top spot. Shortest path to get into Sunday's final. Just walking out of this qualifying on top of the leaderboard. Ogle looking for the front five. Oh, wrap 10. Still a great start to the day for Ogle. Let's get over to Russo. Russo looking for the front six for the High Rollers. The lefty, our reigning Rookie of the Year, halfway to perfection. Again, Vegas and Dallas, you're 1-2 right now, battling things out. Let's check in on our third place team, the Chicago Hitmen. And Maldonado. Around even at the moment this game. Maldonado minus 11 for his first two games. Big man on this team, Tom Smallwood. Smallwood 269, 238 to get the plus 107. Nick Pate plus 37, Don Barrett plus 7, and Jake Peters plus 60 round out the Hitmen's score to this point. When we had Jason Couch on the headset during game two, he mentioned Tom Smallwood fighting a little bit of a nagging back injury. That's why they've got Smallwood in the 3-hole. Try to keep him up and firing whenever possible. Players are allowed to bowl their first frame on one lane after the fourth bowler makes their attempt on the opposite lane. So try to get the pace of play somewhat similar to a standard PBA event. And it's tough. I mean, you don't want, pace of play, 5 guys waiting to bowl, one lane's empty. It slows it down for the fans here as well. It slows it down for you watching on the live stream. So it's nice that they put that pace of play rule in, allowing teams to start bowling on the next frame after the fourth bowler has made their attempt on the first shot in the previous frame. keeps the players loose, keeps the actions flowing. Let's get over to Matt Russo looking for the front 7. No bricks so far for the Carter division. And that's going to stay that way as the 3-9-10 stands for Russo. A couple players for Las Vegas with solid starts. We already mentioned Andrew Anderson with the plus 147 for his first 2. Frankie Lavoie plus 115. Matt Russo plus 60. Ildemar Ruiz Jr. plus 37. And plus 16 for A.J. Johnson. Johnson, though, looking to right that ship in a hurry. Johnson in the 4 spot. See right now has gone 3-bagger, spare, double. Oh, my God. Chris Barnes has come down. He's got his shoes in hand. He's behind the Silver Lake Adams splitters. And he's going, need anybody to shoe up? Look right at Mark Baker. That was beautiful. You know, Barnes, longtime member of the Adams splitters, now LAX team member. That was good. Oh, man. High rollers rolling along. Trying to lock in that number 1 spot. Of course, 3 games remaining in qualifying after we complete the current game. Norm Duke, we saw him have a rough start in game 1. Only finished at 165, came back 197 in game 2, and he's looking to surpass that game 2 score here in game 3. Clean with a 3-bagger through 8. And if you're just joining the live stream, first of all, please mash that subscribe button for the PBA YouTube page. And the other breaking news, it's not really breaking. Everybody can see it happen. It was, you know, Norm said after the Masters he was kind of done, and he's confirmed it. The chat I had with him last night, and they've been going around the players as well this week. Norm said he's done after this. He'll continue to manage the Dallas Strikers, but no visions of throwing a bowling ball in any type of competition, not even a weekend couples league. Once the last ball is thrown here by Norm, that's the last ball he's going to throw in his life, he said. He's done with throwing it. He loves the sport. He's still going to be involved in it. He hasn't. Obviously, his involvement with Storm, his involvement with his own coaching that he does with Next Level. But, yeah, tell your friends, tell your family that if they want a chance to see Norm Duke throw a bowling ball for one last time, watch the FS1 show tonight. And if Dallas happens to get through and makes it to Sunday's final, you talk about another possible storybook ending. We almost saw it for Norm. At the USBC Masters, maybe we'll see it here in Portland. Right off into the sunset as a champion. With another Elias Cup to the Dallas Strikers. It's yet to be determined. But it's I'm not a huge social media fire starter. I'm on Twitter at Brew City Bowling. You'll see me as $2 filler on there. You've got my $2 fill page on Facebook as well. There you see in your lower left on your screen. All the years that both Pete Weber and Norm Duke have given to this sport. You know, they deserve a thank you, and start getting those hashtags floating around the social media universe. Hashtag thank you Pete. Hashtag thank you Norm. Recognize them for what they've done for us as fans, for the sport as a whole, and what they're still going to do to support the sport. Into the future. Well, for Dallas, Santu Tahavanainen definitely picking up the pace once again. Spare and 7-bagger for Never Nine again. Can't take credit for that nickname. That's full Norm Duke there. Santu Never Nine again. And he hasn't since the first frame. As Dallas trying to put together another solid game, but still trying to chase down our leading Las Vegas High Rollers. And once again, teams are bowling 6 games. Obviously, there's only 5 teams. We're only using 5 pairs. So what will happen is after the 5th game, we'll verify all scores, tabulate everything, make sure we are 100% correct, and then the players and teams will be reassigned to predetermined pairs. The number 1 seed after 5 games will be on 13 and 14, number 2 on 15 and 16, 3 on 17 and 18, 4 on 19 and 20, and then wrap around back to 11 and 12 for the team that's in 5th place after those initial 5 qualifying games. Take a peek over here. We'll see how the high rollers are doing, as they've already entered the 10th frame. Andrew Anderson already with 1 strike in the 10th, and it looks like it's going to be a close call. Between Dallas and Las Vegas as we're going to reach the halfway point. So we'll let you enjoy the remainder of Game 3 with the sights and sounds of Bayside Bowl. On the original side, tonight joining us on the news side at 8 p.m. Eastern Time for the Carter Division Stepladder on Fox Sports 1. And we'll get you Game 4 rolling along shortly. $2 Phil Brilo here from Bayside Bowl, wrapping up Game 3. You'll see these same Waco Wonders moving next door to lanes 11 and 12 for their 4th of 6 qualifying games. For those of you double tabbing us, keeping us on here in the main feed to get manager insight, general stats, and mayhem. Your Game 4 lineup: Waco will be on 11 and 12. Vegas on 13 and 14. Adams Players 15 and 16. Dallas Strikers on 17 and 18. And the guaranteed rate Chicago Hitmen on 19 and 20. So once again, double tab it. Best way to watch. Get your audio off the main feed here. Get your video off your favorite team so you can follow them for every shot of every game across the house today here at Bayside Bowl. And once we have our teams ranked 1 through 5 after that 6th qualifying game is complete, set that DVR if you're not home. Make sure FS1 is on it at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. As the Carter Division Stepladder Finals will be on at 8 p.m. Eastern on FS1. Yes, this is Game 4 of 6, but we don't need that floating in the middle of the lane. Let's keep it where we need. Walter A. Williams Jr. leading things off for the Snickers Waco Wonder. We'll get a chance to talk to manager Johnny Petraglia in a couple more frames. We always like let the managers get themselves established. And we used to joke, or the players actually used to joke back in the extra frame days, is that back in those days we only had a couple of pairs of coverage. And they would always joke that the main pair we were covering was always the worst pair in the house. Well, of course, it's not the main pair we're covering this week. Obviously, we have all 5 pairs in play being covered that you can watch on its own YouTube feed. But we have the headset, the manager's headset, down in the settee area on 11 and 12. And all the managers are now joking that 11 and 12 is the worst pair in the house. And, well, Walter A. starts with an open. We've seen teams that come to this pair, it plays different. We've had managers say that it's just not like some of the other pairs nearby. So we'll have to see how the Snickers Waco Wonder gets themselves through the first couple of frames, and then we'll talk to manager Johnny Petraglia. Hey, shout out to Johnny Jr. If you're watching, hear you made it home for the summer. Hope all is well. Sorry, missed you during Bull Expo. Remember back in 2019, we were in Clearwater, Florida for the Johnny Petraglia BVL PBA 50 event. We had Johnny Sr. and Johnny Jr. in the booth for a game or so, and that was one of the better times in my live streaming career, to just sit on the outside and just listen to those two chat. Jason Sterner ever so close to the major at the World Championship in Wauwatosa, Wisconsin earlier this year. Sterner just outside the PBA playoffs, first man out in 17th place. Solid year for Flash. Over $73,000 in prize money to this point. Three TV shows for Flash this year. All in Wauwatosa. Took 5th in the Roth-Holman doubles. 4th in the Shark Championship. And then that painful loss to Chris Prather in the PBA World Championship for Jason Sterner, but still solid season. Good effort so far in this PBA League qualifying round. as Sterner was at +7 for his first 2 games. We're going to get that 3-game scoring update as soon as Josh Blanchard and Amy Blanchard get a process through the tournament office. We'll also get you your Strike Derby update, the 6 players on the top of that standings after 3 games, and we'll run down what player off of each team would represent in the All-Star Clash as well. We'll get you that info momentarily. Once again, a little bit different with the team format, as we're not splitting it up with 2 players on one lane and 3 on the other that you might see at a PBA event that's individual. As a 5-person team, they are going down the roster until the 4th player bowls their frame. And then the leadoff player can go ahead and fire when desired. On the opposite lane, as there you see Flash finding some trouble. You know, that's the thing, trying to get through 2 frames on 11 and 12 confidently, knowing the difference that this pair is getting from other pairs they're coming to. Every manager has mentioned it. And I'm sure when we talk to Johnny Petraglia in a couple of frames, he'll mention that as well. Here's your scoring update after 3 games. Vegas still in the lead and extends it. They're out almost 100 pins over Dallas now. 99 to be exact, plus 481 for Vegas. Plus 382 for the Strikers. Guarantee rate Chicago Hitman a little farther back. Take it back another 75 pins or so at 32.37, plus 237 for the Hitman. Waco Wonders, who you see on your screen at the moment, sitting in 4th at plus 154 in the Atom Splitters. It's been a rough morning to this point for one Chris Vi. Vi at minus 79 after 3 with just 8 strikes on the board. And unfortunately, Vi's struggles have left the Atom Splitters in the cellar at this moment at plus 75. So Mark Baker mentioned before how huge his words were. Well, it worked last night when we talked about getting in the #1 position. They're going to have to make up over 400 pins in 3 games for Silver Lake to jump Vegas and have that happen. And as we saw these lanes really get blown apart in games 4 and 5 into 6 yesterday, it's going to be tough making up that many pins, in my opinion. Your strike derby leaders. After 3 games, it's a 4-way tie for the top. Matt Ogle, Andrew Anderson, Francois Lavoie, and Santu Tahavanainen, all at 27. Tom Smallwood, Tommy Jones at 24 for your 5-6 spots. BJ Moore just 1 strike back at 23. And then looking at the line here, Matt Russo is at a hot hand the past couple of games. Russo's got himself up to 22 strikes. DJ Archer and the Adams Splitters have himself at 19. Tom Doherty, Jake Peters, Jason Sterner, all at 18. So, and AJ Johnson up to 20 strikes. So still plenty of players within range to try to get into the top 6 for the strike derby. And then each individual team will have a representative. The highest 6-game individual scorer for the team will represent in the All-Star Clash right now. For Dallas, it would be Matt Ogle. Ogle at 787, plus 187 for 3. For the Hitmen, it would be Tom Smallwood at plus 120. For the Snickers Orco Wonder, it would be BJ Moore at plus 106. Plus 107 for Jesper Svensson for the Silver Lake Adams Splitters. And for the Las Vegas High Rollers, you're looking at Francois Lavoie at plus 160, just sneaking out Andrew Anderson at plus 153. Yeah, looking at the overall scores at this point, some of the bigger names you think that would be striking on this Mark Roth pattern, having some issues so far today. Bill O'Neill, minus 87 for the Dallas Strikers. O'Neill just 11 strikes in his first 3 games. We mentioned earlier Chris Vai only 8 strikes to be at minus 79. And Walter A. Williams Jr., 10 strikes through 3 games to be at minus 40. And we'll have to talk to Johnny Petraglia to see what they're trying to do to right the ship for the GOAT. It was interesting. They sat down in Las Vegas at Bowl Expo, the International Bowling Media. We've been posting interviews with players and leaders in the bowling industry over the last week or so. And we haven't posted with Jason Belmonte yet. It'll get out there. And Bill Zubin, who was handling the verbal part of the interviews, as I was behind the scenes directing. Bill called Jason Belmonte the GOAT, and Jason quickly corrected him. He goes, I don't think I'm the GOAT. And he goes, well, and then Bill said, how about greatest of right now, the Gorn? And Jason was happy with that. I can agree with that, the Gorn. I mean, there's just so many things to compare from, the early 1900s, where you had guys like Jimmy Smith bowling on shellac, 2-finger bowling balls, Ned Day, Hank Marino. Could they have been the greatest of all time if something like the PBA Tour was around in the early days of the sport, in the teens and 20s of the 1900s? Because back then it was a lot of action matches. It was a lot of 60-game challenges, 30 games in your house, 30 games in mine. Could one of those bowlers be called the greatest of all time? Jimmy Smith went 7 years as the unofficial, undefeated world champion. 7 years straight. Could Don Carter be the greatest of all time, right when the PBA started taking over. Budweiser, one of the greatest teams of all time, obviously, with Carter, Weber, Bluth. And others. No, they were great in the team days, and then when the PBA started, Carter, knee injury, short career, but boy, he won so many things in such a short period of time. Could he be the GOAT? Is Walter A the GOAT? What would Walter A have done if he was in the era of the 19 teens and 20s where it was shellac, hard rubber bowling balls, no plastic in the pins, no voids in the pins? They would have found ways to knock him down, absolutely no doubt. So I'm fully in agreement with, you can't really say anyone was the greatest of all time. I definitely believe right now the Gorn is Belmo. The Gome, I guess I like to say greatest of a moment. I mean, there are a lot of moments, and that man stepping up on lane 12 has had well over 100 of those moments of the title variety between PBA Tour, PBA 50 Tour, all the different regional action that he's, he needs a separate house for his trophies. So the debate can be made for the GOAT, but more likely it's Gorns and Gomes, not GOATs. All right, and stepping up to the headset, manager of the Snickers Waco Wonder, Johnny Petraglia. And Johnny, BJ Morris has been firing it pretty nice this morning, but a couple of players struggling moving from pair to pair. How different is it from pair to pair here on the high side at Bayside?
It's really different. It's really unusual, especially compared to the practice session. This is sort of going back and forth. Like BJ bowled really well the first three. And this game, bowl's doing things completely differently. Same's happening with Walter. Parker, his ball's laboring most of the time. We're trying to figure out how to get it to pick up a little sooner because Swenson has a lot more hand, and Matt Russo is a lot slower in ball speed. So they're both in the same place, and Parker can't quite get there. So it's been a struggle. Jason Stern has been bowling well all day.
Now, obviously, everybody wants to be in that one spot, getting the TV, just having to bowl the one game in the stepladder tonight. How tough is it going to be if you're stuck in an opening match, 4 or 5 for your team to climb up and try to get that? We saw Motown almost pull it off last night.
Right.
But how tough is it to climb a stepladder normally, let alone as a 5-person Baker team?
Exactly. Like we're in 4th place. We're about going into this game about 70 pins behind 3rd place. We could get to 3rd, so you're not in that opening match. That means a lot. But this pair's playing very tough.
Yeah.
And I think I guess it depends who's coming here. Or 15 and 16, we go to 17 and 18, and hopefully that pair's good so we can get into a position round kind of situation with 1 game to go.
Okay. And wow. That's something we saw yesterday a few times. The ball got right. We saw some 3 counts. That one, a gutter ball, unfortunately, for Thomas Larson. But let's see. He's on a spare. So, yeah, it's going to hurt on the count.
Yeah, that hurts.
Ouch. So, but are you a fan of the one-game format tonight for the stepladder, or would you have rather seen the two-game format come back again this year?
Well, I'd still like to see the two-game. You know, it just I always it makes it fair. You know, if there's two games.
Yeah.
And in a way, the team. Well, we made a spare out of it.
There you go.
The team that, if they come up from something, whoever wins the game prior.
Yeah.
It's a little bit different, right? Because nobody has bowled before.
Right.
So that does make it fair. So
Yeah.
on one game, it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot there's only that one game.
Yeah.
Two teams are there.
So after you're done here in Portland, if there's any PBA fans that are near Jackson, Michigan, or Columbus, Ohio, coming up in August at those PBA 60 stops, you're going to be there throwing the ball.
Yeah, I'll be there bowling. Those last two. I'm looking forward to it. You know, I haven't bowled since Florida out here, so I'm looking, especially Jackson. I've always it's been a very good house for me. I've won there twice, had a couple other really high finishes, and it's a good town. It's
it definitely is.
I've been that was where I won my first senior title there. So,
okay.
And
it's not going to look anything like what it did when you won your senior title there, because I've seen some of the pictures Dave Small, the proprietor there at Jack 60s, put up. Holy cow.
Yeah.
That is one of the nicest looking 60-lane bowling centers I've ever seen in my life, no doubt.
He does a great job, and he did that in Fort Wayne also, where those brand new masking units and stuff look terrific.
Yep. Well, Johnny, we'll let you get back to your team. Thanks for the time. Appreciate it, and good luck to you and the Snickers Waco Wonders today.
Thank you, Phil. Appreciate it.
Johnny Petraglia, legend, man's won in 6 man's won in 6 decades. 6 decades of PBA competition. Amazing. And hopefully someday the whole story is told on Johnny's life, from a young bowler to the time he had to spend in Vietnam that interrupted his PBA career that was just taking off, to returning to the tour, to throwing a 300 game on TV. That gave him a little extra security he didn't think he had in his life at the time. To winning on the PBA 50 tour to get that title in 6 different decades. That could be a quality movie, quality documentary. Or hey, if you take some artistic license with it, like they did with Tom Smallwood's life for Let It Roll, it could be another very entertaining movie. Well, it looks like our last chance at a Bayside brick here in Game 4 is gone to the wayside. I was just getting ready to go down to the Guaranteed Rate Chicago Hitmen as Jake Peters was on the front 6 before leaving a 4-pin. Let's take a peek in on the Guaranteed Rate Chicago Hitmen. As the Hitmen currently in 3rd place in the standings, 244 pins behind our leaders, Las Vegas High Rollers. And Peters a solid day so far, plus 66 and 18 strikes through his first 3 games. Well, if you expected to get here a little late, the Bayside Bowl this morning, and thought you'd have a chance to get a quality viewing point to watch this PBA League presented by Pabst Blue Ribbon Carter Division qualifying, they're loaded back into the bar area right now. See a few people standing up on tippy toes, a few people sitting up high on a chair from the bar, trying to get a view of what's going on. Once again, the fan support here in Bayside, it feels a bit like home every time you're here. Fans look out for other fans. We mentioned before we had Adam Lemreese in the booth about how they've kind of taken him under his wing. Lots of other people from away, as they like to say here in Maine. It doesn't matter if you're from away or if you're from Maine local. You're treated well here at Bayside Bowl. Let's get back over to the Snickers Waco Wonders. Trying to make their way out of that number 4 spot they find themselves currently in. 327 pins behind Las Vegas. With just 23 plus pins, 23 plus frames remaining in competition as we've entered the 7th frame of Game 4. Thomas Larson, great debut. Last time out for the league in 2020 when this Snickers Waco Wonders was the Brooklyn Styles. Larson, 4 strikes and 4 attempts back in 2020. That definitely made him a must-hold for Johnny Petraglia, as Petraglia held on to Larson, B.J. Moore, and Walter Ray Williams Jr. Brought Jason Sterner back after a couple of years away. And brought Parker Bone back. Bone part of this team when it was the Brooklyn Styles from 2015 through 2018 here at Bayside Bowl. Of course, I count just the years while I'm talking about stats here at Bayside. The unique formats they had for the PBA League Elias Cup competition in 2013 and 2014. I kind of count as the pre-modern era of Elias Cup. That's just my personal choice. I still recognize the champions, and just took different routes to get there. In 2013 with the New York City Kingpins, and in 2014 with the Silver Lake Atom Splitters, as Flash blows 10 down. back in those days when it was multiple singles, team, trios, doubles, Baker competition. Yeah, it was an interesting time for PBA League back then. A few more games it took to win. Now, with the elimination shootout formats, with just the Baker games on TV, driving your way towards that Elias Cup title. I kind of count the modern era starting in Bayside here in 2015. I remember walking in the door. The flight had just gotten here after being a little late. Mika Koivuniemen was bowling with Silver Lake back then. And I came in and said hi to PBA Commissioner Tom Clark, and we started doing an interview for a radio show I was doing in Milwaukee at the time, the Spare Time radio show. And Mika had left at 2:10 and then picked it up. And the roof lifted off of Bayside Bowl when that happened. I mean, it was a lot of rambunctious before that. It was insane after Mika made that 2:10. And with that reaction, and the reaction of Tom Clark in the middle of that interview was, he just made the 2:10, incredible. And you kind of knew that the Elias Cup competition, the PBA League, had found a home, not just for the moment, but for many years to come. And it's been that way other than with the pandemic in 2020. I personally, and this is just my own opinion, I personally hope that the Elias Cup competition is in this bowling center for decades to come. Not just years, decades. Because there's a lot of places the PBA Tour goes to, and there's only a couple places where, to me, it really feels like home. One of those being AMF Riviera Lanes in Fairlawn, Ohio, home of the tournament champions for so many years. Another place being right here at Bayside Bowl in Portland, Maine. This feels like it should be the home of PBA League for years to come. Oh, and Flash trying to set himself up in the foundation frame. Does not happen. We were just talking to Johnny Petraglia a couple of minutes ago about how he couldn't, Parker Bone III just couldn't get the ball to travel right down lane through the pocket. Seems to have resolved that issue for now, as Parker Bowen working on a three-bagger. Pardon me, working on 4 in a row, looking for 5. Gets the 6 to go, 8 stands in defiance of the Hall of Famer. So, one more scheduled game where the players know where they're landing, what pair they're bowling on, coming up next in Game 5. Game 6, as we mentioned earlier, they'll be assigned kind of like a position round. There's no extra bonus pins or anything like that at stake during Game 6. It's just they'll be repositioned by where the teams are in the standing. So, if you're double tabbing us, here's your rundown of following your favorite team on your second tab in Game 5 while keeping us on here in the main feed. Your current leaders, the Vegas High Rollers, will be on 11 and 12. That should be interesting. Trying to hold the lead while coming to one of the toughest pairs in the center. Dallas Strikers will be on 13 and 14. Guaranteed rate, Chicago Hitmen on 15 and 16. Snickers Waco Wonders that you're seeing now, they'll move down to 17 and 18. And the Silver Lake Atom Splitters move to 19 and 20. No bricks possible this game. Hoping to get another brick before we leave Bayside. We got one yesterday from Meat Shoulder. Mitch Hupe to the rest of the world. And if you haven't mashed that subscribe button for the PBA YouTube page, please do so before you move on to other endeavors today. So the PBA League presented by Pabst Blue Ribbon. We're here at Bayside Bowl. We are in Carter Division qualifying, finishing game 4. Team movement, more bowling, more manager talk, more fans cheering coming up next. And with the first ball of Game 5 for the Las Vegas High Rollers, Andrew Anderson accomplishes what's rarely seen when teams move to this pair, starting with a strike. This lane's 11 and 12, played tough all day. Vegas lucky enough to not hit this pair until Game 5, or maybe unlucky enough to not hit it until Game 5. We'll find out as more balls are rolled down the lane. As after 3 games, Las Vegas with a substantial lead of 99 pins over the Dallas Strikers. 4-game standings will be out momentarily. We'll give you that information as Ildemar Ruiz Jr. comes high. And like we mentioned, trying to start. Every manager knows it's important to move pairs and fill frames, but they know it's been pretty tough coming here. And Ildemar Ruiz, manager of the Las Vegas High Rollers, in back talking to Frankie Lavoie right now. Sure, he's going to give a few words of advice to A.J. Johnson before he hits the approach, and we'll get a chance to talk to Amleto a couple more frames into this game. Always appreciate the time these managers take with us to discuss what they're seeing on the lanes, what their players are experiencing, how they are making their moves as this 42-foot Roth pattern basically goes through a cheese grater with 30 individual games being bowled on it on this block. Yesterday in Game 6, we saw several players in front of the ball return when they were throwing on the right lane of a pair. Haven't seen that yet entering Game 5, so maybe the lane play management overall is at a different attitude after these Carter Division players and managers saw what happened during the Anthony Division qualifying yesterday. 4-game scoring update coming up shortly, and we mentioned the manager of the Las Vegas High Rollers, Ildemar Ruiz. He has a new book out called Believe, Dream, and Do It. We're not getting a chance to talk to him, obviously, in the middle of competition about that book. He's got a few more things on his mind, like getting revenge off of last year's runner-up Elias Cup finish. But our good friend over at Bowlers Journal International, John Mark Manzione, has an edition of the Bowlers Journal podcast out once again. And you talk about an all-star lineup, talking about Amleto's new book, Believe, Dream, and Do It. Jason Belmonte, going to be most likely 7-time PBA Player of the Year. PBA Commissioner Tom Clark, Snickers Waco Wonder Manager Johnny Petraglia, and great friend of the Bowlers of Veterans Link, John Laspina, all talk with John Mark about Omeletto's new book and the influence that Omeletto's had on all those individuals' lives. So please, if you haven't friended or liked, in this case on Facebook, the Bowlers Journal International page, please do so, and you can go there and find the link to that Bowlers Journal podcast. And once again, John Mark Manzione doing a wonderful job steering the ship that is Bowlers Journal International. So for those of you that joined the live stream a bit late today, had to sleep off last night's Anthony Division Finals. First of all, welcome to Bayside Bowl once again. Second of all, a little more breaking news last night after completing his TV match with the New York City Kingpins, Pete Weber stated to me that he was done with the PBA League and PBA Standard Tour events. Just tough to compete against the kids. And you could tell talking to him, he meant it. He was heartbroken. You know, it's tough to face mortality. As 11thframe.com blog writer Jeff Rickles likes to say, Father Time is undefeated. And unfortunately, Pete decided that's the time. You're still going to see him on the PBA 50 Tour. There's no doubt about that. He will bowl that until, you know, limbs start falling off like the Black Knight and Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Pete will tell you it's just a flesh wound. And it's going to keep going for Pete that way. But you've seen his last balls thrown on TV as a PBA Tour star last night. And right along those lines, talking with Norm Duke, there were some things swirling around the paddock, and I talked to Norm last night, and he confirmed that this is his last PBA event as a bowler. He'll continue to manage the Dallas Strikers for as long as they'll have him. He'll continue to be involved in the sport with his coaching, with his involvement with Storm Bowling, appearances, that type of thing. But if you expect to see Norm Duke, sorry, Dom just walked by the booth. If you expect to see Norm Duke with a bowling ball in his hand anytime after tonight, the only way you're going to see that is if the Dallas Strikers make the Elias Cup Finals on Sunday. Because once the Dallas Strikers are eliminated from competition, Norm Duke is burning the bowling shoes and throwing the bag in the bay. So he said, you will never see me with a bowling ball rolling out of my hand again. And I believed him with the smile he had, ear to ear. He's happy. He's satisfied with this. There's no regrets in Norm's decision at all. So if you haven't told your friends yet that this might be their last chance to see Norm tonight on FS1, spread the word and spread the hashtags in social media. Hashtag thank you, Pete. Hashtag thank you, Norm, for everything they've done for this sport for over 4 decades. First time Norm and Pete met each other was back in 1982 at a fall tour event. And they've been beating each other's heads in off the lanes or on the lanes, and more, honestly, friends off the lanes for 40 plus years. And so, as a fan, thanks to both of them for what they've done. Let's give you your update on your 4-game standings, and things are starting to change in the wind a bit as Dallas retakes the lead over Las Vegas. Vegas falls out for the first time all day. Dallas plus 474. Vegas just 6 pins behind. We saw it yesterday. Came down to the final shot in qualifying before we knew the Portland Lumberjacks were going to be the number 1 seed. We might see that again in the Carter division today. Number 3 right now is the guaranteed rate Chicago Hitmen at plus 305. Snickers Waco Wonder in 4th at plus 180. And struggles continue for the Silver Lake Atom Splitters as they find themselves in the last slot at plus 54. Atom Splitters another game under 1,000 as a team in Game 4. Your leaders after 4 games for the Strike Derby, Matt Ogle at 37, Santu Tahavanainen at 36, Andrew Anderson 34, Tommy Jones at 31 in 4th, and Lavoie and Matt Russo tied for 6th at 30, just outside that top 6. There's 3 players tied at 28. And those 3 players are Jesper Svensson, BJ Moore, and Tom Smallwood. Tom Doherty not too far behind at 27 strikes. Jake Peters, 26 strikes. Still within a shot at the top 6. So our top 2 teams right next to each other here in Game 5. There you see A.J. Johnson striking for the Vegas High Rollers. They're just 6 pins behind this team with the Norm Duke and the Dallas Strikers. So the remainder of your TV schedule here from Bayside Bowl, you're going to get live bowling tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern on FS1 and Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern on FS1 as we get through our Carter Division stepladder tonight and the Elias Cup final, best of 5 game Baker on Sunday. Then next weekend on Saturday, July 16th, you've got the PBA Strike Derby. So you got your Strike Derby Saturday the 16th, Sunday the 17th. All-Star Clash, 1 representative from each of these PBA League teams will try to work their way through that single ball elimination format in the All-Star Clash to try to take home the top prize for themselves and their team. And right now, looking at the All-Star Clash representatives, if this event would have ended after 4 games of qualifying, you would have had Matt Ogle for Dallas at plus 246. For the guaranteed rate Chicago Hitmen, Jake Peters at plus 123. For the Snickers Waco Wonder, Jason Sterner plus 96. For the Silver Lake Atom Splitters, Jesper Svensson just sneaking it out over Tom Doherty at the moment. And for these Las Vegas High Rollers, it's a battle right now between Matt Russo by just 1 pin over Frankie Lavoie and just 21 pins over Andrew Anderson. So 3 players well above the plus 100 range for Vegas, keeping them in the top 2 at the moment. Let's get back to our high rollers. As Anderson gets the Messenger to miss by about a foot in front as it rolled back across the deck. Anderson, the only player right now with more than 20 frames bowled on TV in Elias Cup competition. That is a 100% fill rate, and one of those spares he did to stay clean for 30 frames on TV was a 210. So it's not like he's been leaving single pins on every shot and picking them up on TV. You mentioned Ildemar Ruiz. And A.J. Johnson having spectacular years last year, both going 16 for 22. Almost 73% strike rate for both players. Talking about getting them into that Elias Cup final. They were the main reason they got propelled. Anderson Phil frames, we didn't get in trouble. Frankie Lavoie found some trouble here and there. He strikes at 65% of the time on TV in Elias Cup competition, but Lavoie, yeah, when he misses, he usually leaves something that's not makeable, as his overall fill percentage just 85%. 5 open frames on 12 spare attempts for Lavoie on league. So you talk about one way, if they make that Elias Cup final, they're going to need to get over the top. It's going to be keeping Lavoie a couple frames cleaner on those TV shows. I'll tell you what, our rookies out here between Tahavanainen, Matt Russo, and Brandon Novak today, hasn't been a lot of nerves going on. Novak sitting at even after 4. But Tahavanainen plus 206. And Russo at plus 149. Definitely no rookie jitters for those two players, and there are a couple of reasons why they're finding their teams with Tahavanainen in first right now with Dallas, and Las Vegas not far behind in second with Russo. And joining me from lanes 11 and 12, Las Vegas High Rollers manager Amleto Monticelli. And Amleto, these guys seem to be making your managing job a bit easy today. You got 3 players at plus 130 or better right now. What's been the secret for the High Rollers as a team today?
Well, I mean, they're bowling. Some of them are bowling really good. What I told them today is to trust their instinct and try not to think too much, not to be so analytical. Because that's going to make you a little more nervous and at the same time not trusting the shots. So just, you know how to do it. Just trust your instincts.
What a nice ad for your team, though. You picked up Matt Russo. He's a rookie, and he's definitely not showing any rookie jitters out here. He's had a great round. He's 149 over at the moment, and he's looking to pile onto that here in Game 5. What's been the key on the left side to keep Matt cool, calm, and collected?
Well, since the practice session, I can see that the Purple Hammer was going to be the best ball for him to manage the pocket. He didn't carry very well in the practice, and I said, the lane will come to you. Just keep doing that and just trust. Because sometimes when you try to stay away from the pocket and try to look for something to carry, that's when you get in more trouble.
Okay. Now, you've got 4 players on this team from last year. Obviously, Russo, the add, in place of Richie Teese. The 4 guys got to remember back to last year. They got to remember how close they got to drinking out of that Elias Cup. How big of a drive is that for you and your team this year to get out of here in the #1 spot and take the short route to the Elias Cup finals on Sunday?
Well, they're getting a little bit anxious, and that's one of the things that I tell them, that when that happens, you accelerate the process and you start throwing the ball a little too hard, just to stay calm, because I can see most of them are really not, how would I say, like breathing, relaxing, and know that you know how to do your make process, because that's the way you're going to make the better decisions, to make change balls or angles or speed.
All right. Hey, I know you got to get back to your team. Want to keep an eye on them. The fans appreciate you taking a couple of minutes to talk to us, and good luck to you and the High Rollers the rest of the way.
Thank you.
That was Amleto Monticelli, manager of the High Rollers. First year out as an expansion franchise last year, almost taking home that Elias Cup. And they, as he said, he's just keeping them in the moment. Well, I'm sure there's a bit of discussion that in his new book, Believe, Dream, and Do It. Take a look for that on Amazon and other bookstores near you. You can't go wrong with the words of wisdom from a PBA Hall of Famer, whether it's in bowling or in life. And especially at, I believe now 61, definitely 60 years old. I'm not sure if he's had his 61st birthday yet, but I'll tell you what, that man's waistline hasn't changed in his PBA career. And I guarantee you, for a majority of the female fans, the good looks haven't changed either, if you ask them. Well, we've got our 2 quality rookies facing off right next to each other. There's Santu Tahavanayan. The Dallas Strikers take that 10 out late, keep piling strikes on as he tries to make the PBA Strike Derby. And the other rookie that's right in that Strike Derby qualifying number currently, the man on the number, Matt Russo, he and his teammate Frankie Lavoie both at 30 strikes through 4 games. I said pattern management a little better today than yesterday, because looking back at yesterday, 38 strikes was the number. Martin Larson, Darren Tang, Kyle Troop, Jacob Buttriff, Chris Barnes all had 38, but Buttriff and Barnes lower 6-game totals than the other 3. 38's not going to make it today. It's going to be, at this rate it's going, it's going to be close to the 44, 45 strikes to make it on the lower end, one would think. So 45 strikes out of 70 attempts. I mean, you're looking at as yesterday, just about 54% strike percentage. You're looking at needing to be around 60, 61 today. So it's going to show the way these teams in the car division are breaking the lanes down and not chopping the pattern as bad as yesterday. Different lane management working out to definitely Las Vegas's advantage and definitely Dallas's advantage as well, as the light shaker 8 for O'Neill. And O'Neill just not having a day. 104 under for his 4 games of competition so far. Just not, he's finding a lot of ways to get 9, ladies and gentlemen. As there's only 16 strikes out of 48 possible, so that's a 33% rate for Bill O'Neill. But O'Neill knows not to give those single pins away when you're in situations like this. Can't see this being missed by Bill. Dead on. The spare for O'Neill. And once again, Matt Ogle having a hot game. Holding that team in there. And Santu never leaving 9. Pardon me, never 9 again is what Norm Duke stated. Speaking of Duke. And Duke. Back-to-back splits on lane 14. Once again, Lavoie, one of those players we mentioned, in the running. Multiple players from a team can make the strike derby. And Anderson, Russo, and Lavoie all inside that cut right now. But only one player per team will make the All-Star Clash. And for the High Rollers, that's currently Matt Russo by just 1 pin over Francois Lavoie. Lavoie looking to get that All-Star Clash representation back. Now, for the All-Star Clash, all team members will split prize money from 3rd place down. There's a little individual bonus for 1st and 2nd, but basically your 4 teammates are strapping themselves to your back in the All-Star Clash and hoping for the best possible outcome each frame for you to advance in each round of the Clash, so they get a bigger paycheck along with you, the team representative. Ruiz makes the safe side on the way back in the 8th frame. Having to deal with that 8-pin. take a peek in at our current leaders, ever so slight. Just 6 pins between Dallas and Las Vegas. As the big horses for the Strikers so far today have been Santu, Tahavanainen, and Matt Ogle. The 2 adds to this team. Norm Duke picked in the draft. He's looking like he's a genius at the moment. As those 2 players are combined 452 to the plus out of 474 to the plus the Strikers find themselves at this moment. As Tommy Jones having a solid day as well. Jones plus 165. The struggles have been for Norm Duke. Duke minus 39. Most of that coming in game 1. And this man right here, Bill O'Neill, it has been nothing but nightmares for O'Neill all day. And the nightmares continue as O'Neill minus 104 for 4. If you would have told me Bill O'Neill was going to come in this competition and average less than 175, I would have accepted that bet and said, yeah, he's finishing over. And I'd be handing you a few dollars right now. So what'll happen after this 10th frame, scores will be tabulated, verified, double verified to make sure we have these players and their teams on the correct pairs. As our number 1 seed will be on 13 and 14, number 2 seed on 15 and 16, and so on, wrapping around to 11 and 12 for our number 5 seed. And they will bowl 1 additional 5-player team game to get to their 6-game totals, and after that 6th game is fully complete, we will have the order for our stepladder this evening for the 8 p.m. Fox Sports 1 telecast to determine the Portland Lumberjacks opponent this Sunday for the Elias Cup, 1 p.m. on FS1. First time Tahavanainen has found trouble in game 5, and it's big trouble. 2-8-10, 3 pins on the back of the deck for Santu. Looked like Anderson for the High Rollers just crossed over on his first ball in the 10th. Not like he's parlaying it into a double or anything. 9th frame he had a spare. Let's get back over to the High Rollers as they're finishing game 5 as well. And Johnson gets the turkey into the foundation frame. Tommy Jones, once again, we said he's having a solid day. You're 165 over. You're 3rd on your team. That's a solid day for you. Vegas a little more balanced across the scoreboard. 3 players at plus 128 or better. AJ Johnson plus 50 and Ildemar Ruiz 7 to the minus. Dallas a little more unbalanced. 2 players at least 200 over. With Tommy Jones 165 over. But yeah, the big struggle, Bill O'Neill minus 104. We'll see how O'Neill can get through his 10th frame momentarily. Frankie with spare Duke looking to double in the 10th, and with the hitmen not really putting a ton out there right now, it's starting to look like a 2-team race for that top spot between Las Vegas and Dallas.
If it was me and I was living in Florida, I would actually, I kind of make it bold lead.
And you see a little tap on the chest.
I haven't given up. Yeah. But honestly,
So once again, players are finishing their 10th frame. We're going to have a little bit of a pause to make sure all scores are tabulated and correct, make sure we have our teams in the right lanes. And that Carter Division qualifying, we'll wrap up with Game 6, and that's coming up next here from Bayside Bowl, Portland, Maine. And after the next game, we'll know our seating order for tonight's stepladder finals on FS1, 8 p.m. Eastern.
of the qualifying round of the Carter Division this year's PBA League seeding round. We are tallying the scores, and then we'll have our bowlers out for our 6th and final position game in just 1 second. After 5 games. On position round, starting on lanes 13 and 14, we have the Dallas Strikers with a total of 55.80. Currently second is going to be on lanes 15 and 16, the Vegas 55.73, just 7 pins separating them. Currently third, the Hitmen 53.13, you'll be on 17.18. 1920 Adams Thrillers 53.07, and currently in 5th place on lanes 11 and 12, the Waco Wonder at 52.53.
All right, you can hear Josh Blanchard making the announcements that these players are now assigned to their lanes. They will receive 1 shadow ball on each lane. And then we will resume marking for score and get underway with our 6th and final game of Carter Division qualifying for this PBA League presented by Pabst Blue Ribbon. Once again, for those of you joining us in the last couple of minutes, ignore those scores on the screen. Bowlers were allowed before the 6th game started because they moved and there was a slight break to verify scores. They were allowed to throw 1 shadow ball on each lane of this pair for game 6. And so we'll see these scores erased, and we will be underway with game 6 momentarily. So while we are waiting for scoreboards to be realigned in their proper positions, let's get you your current standings, and we'll run down the teams right now. Dallas Strikers just 7 pins ahead of the Las Vegas High Rollers. Dallas Strikers at plus 580. Las Vegas plus 573. That's definitely going to be your 1-2 because I can't see somebody jumping past either Dallas or these Las Vegas High Rollers. As 260 pins behind are the guaranteed rate Chicago Hitmen. There you see Jake Peters getting ready to lead things off for that team. Silver Lake Atom Splitters at plus 307, so there could be a big fight to stay out of that opening match as the 4th seed and 5th seed will open up the show. And right now, currently, that 5th seed is back on 11 and 12, and that is the Snickers Waco Wonder. They're currently at plus 253. So if you're looking to follow one of your other 3 teams, you have that secondary stream to do so. For those of you double tabbing, feel free to follow Waco, Chicago, or Silver Lake, as we're going to concentrate our coverage here in our main feed. On the Las Vegas High Rollers and the Dallas Strikers. Well, you talk about a guy that really wants to come up big for his team here in game 6, and that's going to be this man here, Bill O'Neill. O'Neill finally with his first 200 game of the day in game 5 at a 227. But that still leaves O'Neill 77 pins under after 5 games. Norm Duke 55 under, and the rest of the team just, wow, you talk about blowing things up. Santu to Havanainen. At plus 218. Tommy Jones plus 210, and Matt Ogle at plus 284. Your leaders. And will Dallas have any bit of an advantage is that they were just on this pair in game 5. Could that help as they progress through this 6th and final game? We'll find out, especially because Las Vegas, they haven't seen this pair on 15 and 16 since game 3, so lots of transition and changes. And once again, a little bit more of a balanced attack on the pins by the Las Vegas High Rollers. There's only 1 player under on the team. That is Ildemar Ruiz Jr. at minus 16. Other than that, you talk about getting bunches out there. Andrew Anderson plus 125. A.J. Johnson plus 82. Matt Russo plus 186, and Francois Lavoie plus 196. So there's a big fight to see who's going to be the representative in the All-Star Clash for both Dallas and Las Vegas. A little closer for Vegas, though. Ogle would really have to stumble and fall. He's got a 66-pin advantage over Santu to Havanainen. And I know there's been some internet rumors floating around out there. Norm Duke, he's not done bowling yet. He says he's going to bowl this other event down in Australia, which I'm looking forward to seeing that Devil's Lair event. It's a non-PBA event, but Jason Belmonte bringing a lot of star players down to Australia for that event at the end of July. But I can confirm through PBA Commissioner Tom Clark. Tom had a talk with Norm during the break, and Norm Duke has withdrawn from the Devil's Lure competition in Australia. So, as we've mentioned all day, last time you're going to see Norm Duke throw a bowling ball this game here on the stream, and as long as he can make it out through the Elias Cup competition, I'll tell you what, when it looks obvious that Norm has thrown his last shot on television and the last shot he plans on bowling his life, I know these fans here at Bayside Bowl are going to respond in kind. We saw yesterday the number 1 seed come down to just one shot, anchor bowler, when Ryan Simonelli missed that 6-9 to drop the PBR Milwaukee Pounders in the number 2 seed. Could we see a similar situation today? I just don't see either Las Vegas or Dallas running away. As this game progresses, they've been close all day long. Now the closest they've been in the entirety. With just 7 pins separating Dallas and Las Vegas. Also, let's give you your current strike derby rundown. 6 players, doesn't matter what the team, it just matters that you throw the most strikes in today's qualifying competition. Matt Ogle, your leader, with 44. Santu, never 9 again, as Norm Duke likes to say. Santu at 42. Tommy Jones, 39. Anderson, 38. Lavoie, 38. And your number 6 tie right now is between Matt Russo and BJ Moore. So if the 2 players stay tied, let's say Russo and BJ Moore both throw 6 strikes this game, and they stay tied at 43, whoever has the higher 6-game series in that tie for 6th place then advances into the strike derby. So there's a lot on the line, even though BJ Moore is currently on the Storm Waco Wonder sitting in 6th place. Pardon me, sitting in 5th place. There's a lot of strikes needed to get that little extra paycheck for the Moore family and get into that strike derby that you'll see next week Saturday on FS1. Let's get back to Ruiz. 3rd frame toss, first 3 strikes. Lavoie looking to convert that tough 1-2-4-8. Does so nicely. Tommy Jones has had the quietest plus 218 in the building in a long time for 5. I mean, you look at what Santu and Ogle were doing all day, and here's Tommy just plugging along, plugging along. I mean, 4 games in the 240s. But all of a sudden, one game, here's a couple 279s, and another game, here's, Ogle shooting 259, and Santu shooting 268. So it's the quietest plus 210 for 5 I've seen on the PBA Tour in a while. But hey, it's got Dallas in the driver's seat at the moment. Ogle can't get the strike to go. 3-5. I'm not doing any official adding right now because I just don't have that type of talent running the booth by myself and adding. But when you're throwing a lot of strikes like Las Vegas is right now and your pace is a full frame ahead of your opponents, you're probably in the lead. We've mentioned all day the two rookies that haven't been shook their first time in this Elias Cup competition. One of those being right there with Matt Russo, the other being Santu, never 9 again. I can't keep using Norm's nickname for him. Well, once again, like I said, not a math major, but looking over at the Dallas scoreboard here, few opens and nary a double through 3 frames. Get over here to Las Vegas, and it's 3-bagger, 4-bagger, 3-bagger, 3-bagger. Yeah, it's
Who's that?
Las Vegas, the high rollers on lanes 15 and 16. And, yeah, they're just tearing it up right now. Here comes Santu. He's the other rookie we mentioned, just having an awesome day. Right now, he's sitting second in the strike derby standings since we count every strike each bowler throws to see which 6 players advance to that show you'll see on FS1 next week, Saturday. And Santu, no surprise there. He's had plenty of those strikes today. 42 of them through 5 games. 8 strikes a game is pretty awesome. track record.
Is this game 5?
Lavoie looking for his first strike of the 6th game, tickles them down. But look at that scoreboard for Las Vegas coming out of the gates as compared to this Dallas scoreboard, as we finally got a couple of doubles on the board, but now TJ can't get 2 to roll out. Duke already working on just staying clean through 5 frames. And you kind of had to figure coming into the 6th game, wow, as Norm chops the 3 off, the 6-10. I mean, it's been a more balanced attack by Las Vegas all day for first 3 games. Dallas rode the backs of Santu and Ogle, while Duke and O'Neill struggle a bit. Tommy Jones just popping 240s like it's nothing. But there's a reason why there's 10 frames to a game, and there's nothing saying that the Dallas Strikers can't throw a few 3 and 4 baggers up there and get back in this against Las Vegas. But right there, O'Neill, struggles continue, 4-pin. That is a very inopportune light 410. 4 fell late for Ogle. But right now, at the rate these high rollers are tossing strikes, A.J. Johnson gets his 5th one in a row. This entire building is going to hear it. He likes it. He steps it out. 6 gets a little lazy, though. Doesn't take the 10. Once again, could be a tight fight for those 3rd, 4th, and 5th spots, as only 60 pins separates the Guarantee Rate Chicago Hitmen from the Snickers Waco Wonders. But we're going to focus our coverage here on this 1-2 battle to see who's going to take down the top seed. And Portland proved it last night. Top seed, very valuable. Only having to win that 1 game on TV, and they successfully pulled it off against the PBR Milwaukee Pounders. Lavoie, he's on the bubble right now for strike derby qualifications. He's just sitting 1 strike above the number at 38. And without rolling that 2-pin, and only having a single strike through 5 frames this game, he's in a precarious position to try to make that strike derby show. Jones defers to Ruiz. Will stay on 15 and 16. And the corners are not being as kind to the high rollers as they were during the first 4 frames. TJ in front of the ball return. TJ with 10 down. Let's see what O'Neill can do to try to help the team cause. 10 back, staying clean. 1 double for O'Neill. Ogle can't get the 4 to go down. Russo, he is the number along with BJ Moore for 6th in the strike derby at 37. Next closest after that, 36 by Tom Doherty. So still some room for both Russo and Moore to fall out, have one or both passed by Tom Doherty. BJ Moore right now is sitting at just a single strike through 5 frames this game. While Russo now gets his total up to 41. Santu, 4-bagger. That should lock him in. That has him up at 46. I would think that's going to be more than enough. So we'll definitely see some striking Santu in the strike derby. Going to be fun to see him try to chuck as many powerful shots in 2 minutes and work his way towards that strike derby title. And another player that's looking to get a chance to defend the strike derby title. You see right now, waiting to pick up a 2-8-10 on lane 16. That's Andrew Anderson. Anderson, 3 strikes this game, adds to his 38 in total. That's 41. Ugh. Yeah, I think it's going to take more like 44 or 45 to be the number at the way strikes have been rolling. It's been taking about 7 a game to stay inside the numbers, so we're going to have to see maybe a off the sheet for Anderson if he's going to get his chance to defend his strike derby title. TJ needs to help save some momentum for his team. Does not do so. 1 on the count. So it's going to be down to the wire on the strike derby count. And I'm going to let Josh Blanchard make it official before we announce those strike derby top 6. A couple we know are going to be in. One of those, both of them on the Dallas Strikers. We mentioned Santu to Havanainen already. This is the other gentleman that should be making. He's sitting at 44 already before this game, now bringing it up to 46. So he and Santu are tied. And yeah, 46, I would think you add 7 to what Russo and Moore were at, that's 44. There's not that many gentlemen with strikes behind them. And nobody's throwing tons out here. Let me just do a quick scan of the scoreboards. And we've got nobody running for perfection. The closest thing we have is a spare and a 5-bagger by a member of the Hitmen. And I need to confirm what member that is momentarily. I believe it's Nick Pate. No, it might be Smalls. And Smalls is actually, Smalls fell back on the strike count. He was doing well, 9, 7, and 8 his first 3 games, but he only has 6 strikes between games 4 and 5. So, yeah, no way Smalls can make it back in that 3 spot, even though he's having the best game of the bunch currently. Russo likes it, steps it out. There's another double, more strikes towards his strike derby goal. Anderson goes high. So, unless Dallas really starts putting some strikes together, just looking at those early strings that Vegas put on the board with the 3-bagger by Ildemar, and he stayed clean. A 3-bagger and a double with an open by Russo. A.J. Johnson, we saw him start with a 4-bagger. There's another strike for Johnson. He's staying clean. And even though Frankie Louvois might be struggling a bit on the bottom, you know, you just look at strikes versus opens, and wow, another rough ring 10 for Norm. I mean, you look at strikes versus opens right now, and it's advantage Dallas without even using the calculator. Pardon me, advantage Las Vegas without even using the calculator. I mean, there's only 5 opens on that scoreboard here for Dallas. Problem is, there's a double and a 4-bagger. Pardon me, 2 doubles and a 4-bagger. So they're barely at a run at an even 1,000 for a team, and that's going to put a little ding in the score sheet for Las Vegas. For Las Vegas, you look, you got 4-bagger, 3-bagger, 3-bagger, double, 3-bagger. Against only 4 opens to this point, let's say it is the 5th open, but you've got Dallas at about a 60-pin advantage right now. Just comparing triples, 4-baggers, and doubles to open frames for each team. The open frames are the same as Ogle goes to the well and throws a double up for Dallas, but it's going to take some 3-baggers coming on the scoreboard from multiple Dallas players to catch up to Las Vegas. O'Neill puts up a strike off camera, but once again, he was on an open, so needs to pile onto that and probably get at least 3 more. Start closing the gap on Las Vegas. Oh, once again, another open frame for Dallas, this time by Havanainen, followed by a double by A.J. Johnson. It's looking more and more like Las Vegas is going to be your number 1 seed. Ruiz looking for a double. Wow. When it's your day sometimes, it's your day. When it's your moment, it can be your moment. And Ruiz just had a quality moment right there. Big double in the foundation frame as Las Vegas is trying to lock up the number 1 seed going into tonight on FS1. Russo piles onto that, striking so far in the 9th, and the Las Vegas contingent's going to get that little bit louder. 7 doesn't go. Still a glimmer. Door not fully shut on the strikers yet. And door slowly closing more and more on Dallas. So right now, after 8 frames, plus a couple shots in the 9th, it's looking to be about a 60-pin advantage for Las Vegas. They're only 5 pins behind, and Santu has the 4 defy him. Anderson starting the 10th. Big double piles on the foundation frame strike with the first one. And it's looking more and more like Las Vegas will be waiting in the wings. To see who they will bowl in the final match for the Carter division this evening. It's going to take a little bit after the stream ends for full tabulation of the PBA Strike Derby and All-Star Clash participants, along with the official final 5 order of these teams in the Carter division. So make sure, if you haven't liked PBA on Facebook, like PBA on Facebook. If you haven't liked PBA on Twitter, like PBA on Twitter. If you haven't liked PBA on Instagram, like PBA on Instagram, because you're going to get all your information about what wrapped up here for Carter division qualifying at Bayside Bowl. That's going to come out as soon as this round ends on PBA social media. And if you haven't smashed that subscribe button on PBA YouTube after watching us today, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button, because it's not just about the live streams coming up from the PBA. There'll be several super regionals streamed throughout July and August. It's not about the live events just for PBA YouTube. Player interviews, special interest stories. Lots of goodies on PBA YouTube coming up. And, of course, I can't wait for tomorrow because you know what that means on PBA YouTube. Friday 5. The Friday 5, the best part of anybody's work week should be the PBA Friday 5. You'll get to see that tomorrow on PBA YouTube. Make sure you subscribe. Lavoie, 10 back in his 9th frame. And now Dallas, I mean, there's nobody even close to him, pinfall-wise, behind him from 3rd through 5th. So they're looking at securing themselves into that number 2 spot in the seeding for tonight's stepladder. Corners just not going out at the pace for Dallas that we're seeing for Las Vegas here in Game 6. Anderson finishes out. Well, Santu and Ogle we know we'll see from Dallas on the strike derby. Tommy Jones as well. Jones came in with 39. He was 3 behind Santu. Tommy with 3 more this game. He'll be at 42. That's going to be a close number. But someone will definitely see with the chance to defend his title, especially with that finish, is Andrew Anderson. Anderson adds 6 strikes to his total of 38. That gets him to 44. That should be enough to get Anderson into that strike derby. Remember, it's the 6 advancers from the Anthony division yesterday. Those players were Packy Hanrahan, Mitch Hupe, Wes Malat, Martin Larson, Darren Tang, and Kyle Troop. And those 12 players will battle through the strike derby bracket. See who takes home the big check, the strike derby trophy, and one could almost say the strike king of the PBA. O'Neill, another 4-pin. He's going to be having nightmares about that tonight, I think, unless they find a way through a couple of matches and get into the Elias Cup finals. That could help those 4-pin nightmares go away for O'Neill if Dallas can get a couple of matches down the ladder. O'Neill with 197. Meanwhile, Ildemar Ruiz, 236. So 42 pins the advantage with just 3 players remaining on each team to Las Vegas. But we've already got 30 more pins to pile on for Russo as compared to Santu, and 50 pins the advantage for A.J. Johnson over T.J. Tommy Jones. Give 30 of it back. Yeah, I'm calling it. It's like an election. It's not official. The ballots haven't all been counted, but you're going to be looking at this team right here, the Las Vegas High Rollers, as they try to avenge their runner-up finish in the Elias Cup last year. They're only going to need to win 1 match this evening to take home their trip to the Elias Cup finals on Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern on FS1. Yeah. This one right here has done it. 4-6 on the fill ball for Santu. We should see him in the strike derby as he adds 4 more strikes to his total to get to 46. That should be enough. He had a 5-strike advantage over Russo and BJ Moore. And there you see that one. The Las Vegas High Roll is breathing a little easier after that A.J. Johnson strike. And there is your number 1 seed for tonight's show. So we'll let these players finish their final shots of the 10th frame out. Remember, if you haven't liked PBA on Facebook, if you haven't followed PBA on Twitter, if you haven't followed PBA on Instagram, get on those now, because that's how you're going to get your final official order for tonight's Carter Division Finals of the PBA League. FS1, 8 p.m. Eastern. That's all. You're also going to know your final participants for the PBA Strike Derby. You're going to see on Saturday, July 16th at 1 p.m. Eastern on FS1, and your All-Star Clash representatives on Sunday, July 17th. And smash that subscribe button here on YouTube. I'm $2 Phil Brilo. Everybody, thank you for joining us on PBA YouTube these past couple of days. I'm sure there's going to be more PBA live streaming on YouTube in the future. Keep an eye out. Super Regionals coming up. You'll see on YouTube as well. And then we'll be getting into 2023. And as Tom Clark said yesterday, that PBA Tour schedule for 2023 should be coming out in about a month or so. So thanks, everybody, for joining us here from Bayside. I'm $2 Phil Brilo. Parents, remember, take the kids bowling, because you know what? They are going to have fun for life. And we'll see you on the next PBA live stream on YouTube. And check us out tonight on FS1.
That wraps up our 6th and final game of the seeding round of this year's Carter Division of the PBA League. Give us a couple minutes to input the scores, then we'll announce our top 5 seeds for tonight. Tonight's show starting at 8 p.m. Eastern. A couple minutes, we'll announce the team. We'll announce our Strike Derby top 6 finalists and also our 5 finalists for the Clash.